morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hopefully you're doing fine, because I'm doing good too. Well, let me transition us over as we're getting ready here. How you doing? I'm doing all right. It's been kind of a long day on my end, but hey, we're here. We're here to have some fun, and we're here to continue working on our campaign. We've kind of got a bit going on. Just to be straightforward on this. Oh, whoops. I did not load that. There we go. Yeah, no, so we've actually got quite a bit to talk about. Let's start off, I guess, from the top. First off, hi, how you doing? Hopefully you're having a wonderful Tuesday. I'm having a pretty good day too. New short that came out today. Gotta say thanks again to Zod for doing the collab with me. Lots of stuff coming up from that collab, and yeah, we're gonna have some new stuff. VOD-wise, I think tomorrow and Friday we're gonna have the end of the Fire Red Nuzlocke. I'll be honest, the Half-Life video is kind of a whenever I get it done project, mostly because a lot of the editing is spare time, so we'll get there. What else before we sort of get into it? I guess we should talk about our setting. So what we did last time was really we sat down and we talked a lot about, you know, the setting. We went through the book. We went through specifically the Dungeon Master's Guide with my old DM and one of my current players from one of our games. And it's kind of interesting because we kind of had a lot to sort of talk about, really. We talked about what are we doing? You know, we talked about what is the setting of it, how do we make it? We started off with talking about things like high fantasy versus low fantasy, you know, how big is the world, the scale, the time, the place, and, you know, just the general stuff. We started with generating a little bit of a history for our world, which ended up being just okay, to be honest. Started off as a dictatorship. There was a rising of a leader, then there was a fall of a leader, and then another leader, which is art and culture, and then there is a religious leader and a villain whose goal is to take over Mount Olympus. That's something I had to write down. And let's see what else we have here. We had our goal to rescue a captive, and you know what, hold on, let me get us into our regular setup for this real quick, and we can take a look at these lists together. So let me just do this real quick. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, we'll do that. And we can just change this to this. Okay, perfect. Let me transition us over. Okay, well, now that we're back on our usual D&D locale, let's talk for a bit. Also, I think this is a little bit crunched. Hold up. That might be a little better. Let me just double check. Oh, that's like super scuffed. Hold up. I got you. That make it any better? Oh no, I'm in fact making it worse. How about that? Alright, there we go. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about our setting. So, when we were here last time, you know, like I mentioned before, we talked about, we didn't really give the city-state a name. If anything, I think I might change it to being like either a coastal city or maybe an island. The government style is a dictatorship. Okay. It's the world-shaking event that we got for it was Rise of a Leader, then Fall of a Leader. So it was, the first leader was in art and culture, then it fell. Then there was a religious leader that took over. The goal is to take over Mount Olympus, which is ridiculous, but hey. Let's see what else we got here. The dungeon goal would be to rescue a captive. The wilderness goal is to find the dungeon. And let's see, defend a location from attackers. The adventure villain this time would be an undead with any agenda. Let's see, the two allies for the party would be one an inexperienced adventurer and then a raving lunatic, which honestly, that can be kind of fun. You can really do a lot with stuff like that. Let's see, adventure patrons, a retired adventurer who could sort of help out the party. The introduction could sort of seem to be when ghosts appear and they have to defend a location. So I'm sort of getting the idea that for our town or our location where the party's going to sort of meet up and come together, we're going to use that as like the starting point. We're going to put a pin in that, and we'll look at other undead creatures. So it could be ghosts. We could use regular ghosts. We could use like wraiths or like other undead to sort of have it be attacking a location. The climax, a larger villain appears and destroys the villain and then turns the attention to the party. We can use that as like the big reveal at the end. Let's see, what does the villain do? Serial crimes, which was really funny because we rolled that. And in that regard, it actually made me think about, well, if we're doing a coastal city, it can either be a bandit lord, or instead we could do, how about a pirate? And maybe it's a ghost ship, and then we'll keep that idea as we go forward. Let's see. Party goal, help a villain find redemption. We can kind of do something like that. That can kind of work. Let's see, the framing event, an arrival of an important NPC. We'll need to figure that out. I think we might incorporate that with the dungeon goal, because that important NPC could be the person that they're rescuing. Let's see, moral quandaries, ally quandary. So it'd be like maybe the adventurers, like the inexperienced adventurer is seeking like, I don't know, some sort of advice from the raving lunatic, and maybe it's not working out so well. Twist would be completing the goal secretly helps the villain, which I'm more than sure we can work that out. What else? Things like a side quest, aid a creature or character in the area. Villain scream, cause mayhem, and trigger a natural disaster, which is crazy. Villain's method is murder, obviously, and drowning. So things like that. These are a lot of the story beats that we've got, and we've also got like the key location, which would be like dungeon location would be underwater, a sunken castle made by the dwarves. So maybe it could be like a fortress that was built upon the mountain, was washed away in either a flood of epic proportion, or maybe like it just fell into the water. I mean, well, it doesn't have to be literally, it could be some sort of mountain moving disaster. History, cursed by the gods and shunned. Monuments, an intact statue of a person or deity, and the weird locale would be the crystal cave that magically answers all questions, literally. And we could definitely fit that in. So, on that note, let me lower that a little bit more. So that's more or less our setting. But before we get into that, let's get into this. Let me change this. Where is it? If we go over here to our list, and let me just do that. And now we're looking at our other handout. So the other small write-up that I've written here, more or less, is we're going to be talking about a couple of different things. And to get started, we've got a special section of the Dungeon Master's Guide. And it made me sort of think, we got an idea of the location we want to work with. We know where we are, we have an idea of what's going to happen from the campaign that we sort of work together to generate. Now the real question is, how do you, like, what creatures are going to be inhabiting this place? So, we went with the simple bet. I took a look in the Dungeon Master's Guide, because I remember we talked about this a little bit last time, where it had encounter tables for different environments. But if you go to the Appendix B, you're going to be able to find monster list, and it sort of gives you a good idea of, you know, where these creatures sort of lie. Now, we're not going to use everything in here, but it's good to know that there you have a lot of options, and it gives you an idea. So, like, say maybe you're not too familiar with the locale. So, in our case, we've got coastal monsters, to give you an idea of the locations that I would want the players to be visiting within this small campaign. I described it as, it is a coastal region with a mountain range, there are cliffs, there are beaches, there's an underwater reef, a forest, and also there's the underwater fortress that, you know, was kind of mentioned before. So we need a couple of monsters for each different biome. So let's take a look at a couple of different things. So coastal monsters, what do we've got here? Let's see. We've got, we can kind of ignore the top part. Maybe a bandit we'll put in a couple other things like, let's see, merfolk, poisonous, maybe a tribal warrior, that could work. We're going to kind of look around and shop around a couple of these things. One thing I definitely want to put are Sahuagin. So we're going to go to beaches and sea, and we're going to write The Sahuagin. And specifically it's mentioning Scout. But we're just going to leave it as Sahuagin few classes. So it could be like a couple of different variations of a Sahuagin, like a Scout, maybe a Shaman, maybe a Warrior. Because, well, when the party does end up going underwater, considering, well, it is a possibility with what we've sort of picked out, wouldn't be a bad idea for us to do that. So we're going to write that down, Sahuagin, bandits / pirates, because we can just reskin it a bit. Bandits / pirates, let's see, what else? A Banshee, that's a good one. Put Banshee. What else? Things like a Berserker Druid, those are kind of a given. Let's see, a Jin, interesting. Okay, they're higher CR creatures. Not too familiar. Maybe we can take a look at that once we get to the book after, because we're going to take a look at the monster manual in a second. But let's first get together with a little bit of a shopping list here to sort of see if, do we actually want to use these creatures? Because these are what's recommended by the DM's guide, so I figured, let's start here, let's see what it recommends, then we'll take a look in the book, and then from the book we'll either change or modify things, or at least write down things that we want to change about these creatures, sort of make it work better for our story. And honestly, I would recommend that to anyone, because when you're looking in these, like, books like the DM's guide or the monster manuals, or hell, maybe you're using 5e tool, which we're going to use for later, because we get a bit more variety of different creatures we can find. The thing to note is, at the end of the day, it's your campaign and you're making this however you want. So if you want to have a specific type of creature, like I'm going to say we can have a Guardian Naga, yeah, we can take things from like other locations and even put it in there. You can find a way to make it work. It doesn't have to be exactly. You can just say, oh, it's an aquatic variant of it. You could say there's aquatic goblins. Sure, why not? Who's going to argue that? You're the DM. You created it. So, you know what I mean? There are things like that. You know what? Like, for example, I'm going to write giant crab, because I want one. Let's see what else. What other coastal monsters? Let's see, winged kobold. I didn't even think about that. Interesting. Let's see, it says a manticore. Maybe? I think there's more. Yeah, there's more settings here, so we'll take a look at some of these other ones, because there are things, for example, you can kind of double dip a bit and look at some swamp monsters, and you might want to include that or some variation of it. Then we have things like underwater monsters, which we are going to need a couple of. I'm just saying that now, that's a given. So let's keep on shopping here. What else? While we're still looking in that category, you know what? Let's take a look at underwater. See, we already got Sahuagin. Let's see. Maybe methods. Method. Let's put some actual creatures, so octopus and shark. Now, the thing when it comes to like some like regular animals, like an octopus or a shark, you do have to note, well, they're kind of neutral. Now, I know it sounds silly to say, but wild animals typically don't attack. It's not typically in their nature, unless they're like a shark or something, but you know what I mean? These are some other things that you may need to, account for when you're being the DM. Not every creature is going to act like a hostile monster to attack the party, unless the party provokes, or it's impeding in their territory. So in the case of like an octopus, maybe they're entering its lair or its den or wherever it's, nesting or whatever octopus do. So something like that could be kept in mind. Like, let me see, what else do we got here? Storm giant, no, too big. But we can use things like a water elemental. Sahuagin's already there. Maybe a sea hag. We'll put that on the list of like a possibility. Because again, I'm looking at things from top down. Oh, obviously merfolk, we need to add that in. But merfolk. Yeah, and that'll be good for this section for right now. So yeah, like the other thing to sort of just note is CR. Now CR is kind of tricky. I know last stream we talked about CR, and we more or less said CR is kind of bullshit. And I'm gonna be honest with you, CR is difficult to explain because CR focuses around you specifically having 4 players, and it doesn't account for if the 4 players are min-maxed. That's just, you know, kind of the name of the game. In my opinion, I've typically played games where we've had maybe 4 to 6 players, and I'll be honest with you, CR is kind of a hit and miss thing for me because most of the time, some players will min-max, other players will not min-max, and that's just kind of something that you have to sort of understand when you're putting together an encounter. Now, I know I've given this example a lot, and this is sort of something we'll talk about when we look more specifically at stat blocks, because that's really where it's going to matter more, and especially now that you know, I've been doing a lot of reading in 5e and understand a little bit better how this works. We can kind of talk about that, and we can sort of create specific scenarios, and maybe if we get to it eventually, we can kind of talk about designing an encounter with some of these creatures or how we would do it, and we could sort of, you know, talk figuratively, because again, ultimately when we run a campaign, things change. Things don't always go as planned. You can set up some sort of encounter, but I would say leave it a bit open-ended because you never know how it might end up when we get there. So, back to our list. We've got a bunch of stuff for the beaches and seas. Let's go and do something simple. Let's go to the forest and plains, because on our island, or in our little region here, there's probably going to be some plains, maybe some highlands. So let's see what we've got. Let's go back up. Let's start with grassland monsters. You know what? We're going to put tribal warrior. So, tribal warrior. I want to just kind of write general, or like some general animals. So like wolves. Wolves are always good to have. Let's see. Wolves. A flying snake. You know what? Flying snake could be interesting. Don't really use that. Let's see. What else we got here? We could do something like an axe beak, because I mean, whoever is going to be using one of these, right? Axe beak. Let me see. Cockatrices are always pretty good. Cockatrice. Whoops. Put one of these in. Obviously, we could put some bandits, because that's how. Look, I'm going to tell you, and this is kind of the funniest thing, and if you've played Skyrim, bandits are the bread and butter. If you need some sort of encounter, you can always slip them in. Now, granted, it doesn't always make sense depending on the situation, but if you ever need some generic human enemy, you can always throw in some brigands and just have them attack the party on the road. You know, say, you know, money or your lives, give me your money, you know what I mean? So it's always a safe bet to write bandits on the list, because you never know. Sometimes you might need something to throw in there. Hobgoblin. Maybe. We'll just put that on the list for now. We'll take a look. Same thing with Gnoll. Gnolls could be interesting. What else? Things like ogres, a griffin. Maybe not a griffin here. Maybe we'll put that when we get to like the Highlands area. So I'll actually jot that down here. The griffin. And you know what? We'll add griffin and manticore. Griffin, manticore, and phase spider, because that could just work there as well. Okay. So let's see. We've got that. What else can we add? What else? What else? There's hippogriff, goblin boss, giant vulture, bugbear. You know what? We'll put a bugbear on the list. Bugbear. There is one that I do want to add, and I think, did we have the forest? No, we didn't. Well, we'll just include it in here. I do want to include like an owlbear. Owlbears are like typically your pretty decent encounter. They're not too tough, but they are fun enough to run that why not? You know what I mean? They're sometimes tanky enough, but they're also a big enough threat where the party's going to really need to pay attention or figure out how to deal with it, because at the end of the day, it's a giant bear. It can very easily maul them to death. So, you know, you want to make sure that you're trying to figure out how you want to do that. You want to make it so the encounter is challenging, but it's not too challenging where it's going to discourage the players from, you know, really trying out different things. So we got that handful of enemies. What else? What is this category? Oh, this is forest monsters. Interesting. Okay. What else we got here? Blink dog. You probably just slip that in there. Black bear. Lizard folk. Satyrs. Maybe. What else? Is this like an extended list? What is this? No, okay, this is like an extended list from the forest. Okay, interesting. Okay, so lizard folk. Yeah, okay, good to know. All right. So things like null pack lords and everything are still there. Okay. So, you know what? We'll put lizard folk here. Lizard folk. What else? Orcs and ogres. Maybe an ogre. We'll move ogre down to our highland setting, because we could always just slip one in. Ogre. You know what? Ogre / Oni, because we can kind of do one of either. Excuse me. Let's see what else we got. Because right now we're just window shopping. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, like, I will say that is what this section of the DM's guide is good for. Basically window shopping. We can kind of write down a bunch of lists of different creatures that we might want to use for our environment. And then from there we can like narrow it down, because of course we're going to jump into the monster manual and take a closer look at a lot of these enemies. But it's a lot more interesting to just grab like a handful of things that you think sounds cool and then sort of see what we can do from there. Like, what's this? An Etten? You know what? Why not? We'll put Etten on our list. We really don't look at Ettens too much. Could be fun. Okay, Stone Giant. Okay, so Stone Giant we're gonna actually hold on to, because I do have an idea for that, and I would say we'll put that in our construct category when we get to like Fortress, because even though it's underwater, I do think I want to include some sort of construct for us, because, you know, it could be kind of interesting. So we'll do it like that in a second. So I'm gonna just write like Stone Giant / construct, maybe Golem. So we'll do that. So we've got that written there for later. And let's see. What else? What else? Already got Etten. What other high mountain stuff? Pseudo Dragon. Maybe. We could put Kobolds on the list. We may not use it, but it is always nice to just have. Cobalt. I think it says winged, so we'll just put parentheses winged. What else? You know what? I'm gonna just flip this in here and say, let's see, Giant Elk, Griffin, Hellhound. You know what? Take a look at a Hellhound. Why not? Okay, so we've got that section done. We've got our cliffs and highlands. We've got our forest and plains. Got our stuff for the beaches and seas. But let's see what else we got here. What else? We've got mountain caves. So we're going to also take a look more at the mountain table here, which we do have. We started taking a look at. I would say maybe we would mix in a little bit of the stuff from our cliffs and highlands, but I'm going to say for this, we can put in something a little bit tougher. So let's say a troll. Trolls are usually a lot tougher than they seem. Let's see what else we can put in here. I do want to put in a dragon somewhere, but dragons are tough. and that's always like the more difficult part of these types of things, because you typically, it's funny, it's called Dungeons and Dragons, but most of the time no one runs a dragon. And if you want to know why, it's mostly because dragons are, well, very, very difficult creatures. Like, what's to say, I guess there's always the classic example of, what's to say the dragon doesn't just stay 90 feet up in the air and keep on breathing fire on me? But you know what I mean? It's like, that's when you as the DM have to kind of step in and be like, no, the dragon's going to do a hit and run. Or, you know, how are the players going to deal with that? Sure, that's their problem, but at the same time, it's like, if it's going to impede the progress of the campaign or just not be actively fun, probably don't run it. So typically it's like, you can run a dragon, it's just very difficult because it depends on how big the dragon is, where are you doing it, etc, etc. So very situational set piece creature, I would say. But we'll put that on the backlog in a second. Let's see, for the mountains, we're also going to put in a manticore. I think we wrote it up earlier, but a manticore would fit probably a little bit better in the more higher up regions of the mountain, depending on where, or the caves within the mountain. So probably do that. Yeah. Right, we've got our manticore. Let's see. A bullet. You know what? Why not? Let's see. Bullet. A gorgon. Do I know what a gorgon is? I think I know what a gorgon is. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Hopefully there's like a picture of it in the monster manual. Hill giant. Yep. Hill giant. Revenant for sure. And what else? Ooh, chimera could be cool. And you're probably like, wait, Vice, but you're looking at a lot of higher CR creatures, but you know, go figure. Hey, what's up, Cruise Nick? A picture of what? A gorgon. Or gorgon. I think I know what a gorgon is, but I just want to make sure. Hold on, you know what? Let me double check real quick. Gorgon. What does a gorgon look like? That is... I spelled that wrong. That is a city in Iran. That's not it. Hold on. There we go. Oh, okay. I know what that is. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're definitely putting that on the list. It's like a metal bull. Yeah, no, that sounds cool. Alright, it's on the list. Let's see. Alright, so we're gonna put chimera. Where's that? Chimera. I love this song. Oh, and obviously a wyvern, because it's a mountain. So wyvern and a rock. Okay, that's a lot of high creatures. That's good enough for now. The mountains will be more of like the dangerous environment setting, or like the higher up locale for the party. We'll take a look. Let's keep on looking. Okay, so let's talk about the fortress. We know our fortress is going to be underwater, so it's technically a dungeon. Yeah, D&D takes liberties with mythological creatures. Oh yeah. And we're going to probably talk a lot about that when we start looking at stat blocks and stuff, because I think one of the major points that I stress out here is right now we're looking in the Dungeon Master's Guide, because it has a good sort of general feel of, hey, if you're going to run a dungeon, where should some of these creatures be? Now, I'm going to tell you right now, look, no, okay? You don't have to follow this, okay? You don't have to typically make a whole lot of sense with how you put these things in your campaigns, where they are specifically. I mean, sure, it would make more sense if it followed some sort of ruling, but you don't necessarily have to do it in that way. Hey, what's up, Leaf? How you doing? But yeah, ideally, it doesn't need to be super complex, but at the same time, it doesn't need to be like kind of a pain in the ass, you know what I mean? Let's see. Urban monsters. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see. And oh, it's listed here by... okay, it's listed by CR. Okay. Again, we kind of talked about CR, and I'm going to be upfront with you. In my opinion, yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of CR. It's, kind of the myth of D&D. It's supposed to be like the difficulty rating of a monster, so you know, or have an idea of like how difficult it is, you know what I mean, to If I disappear, it's because your mom thinks that you're not real and I should make real friends or so. Oof. Ouch, Leaf, sorry. Oh, man. But, take a look at a Bodoc. Yeah, we'll take a look. I'm gonna, you know, I'll write that down somewhere. Hold on. We'll put that here. But, yeah, so just to sort of recap a little bit on what we talked about, sort of at the start before we started, you know, writing down lists of monsters that we're basically window shopping for. Yeah, so I guess the best way I could describe it is using the DM's guide here. We're looking at Appendix B. You're able to see sort of a general idea of what monsters appear in different locations, and you can kind of use that as like your shopping list and be like, okay, what's a monster that I want that works in this location? So you can kind of use this as like your reference if you really don't know what you're doing. I'm going to be honest with you, but it's always up to you. Whatever you feel works for your setting, put whatever you think works. Now, again, I've sort of given the example of when it comes to like goblins or other creatures. You can say, I don't know, there's aquatic goblins now. So there's just goblins underwater here. You know, you can always come up with your own variation, your own lore reason as to why these things are here. Actually, let me give you an example of my first campaign I ran. The campaign took place within the walls of an empire, and the players were going through there. However, when the players went into the sewers, they noticed that it was kind of the lawless land of the campaign, and it's very interesting because you had different bands of thieves having a fight or like a war down in the sewers, but then you also had the inhabitants of the sewers who were the lizard folk. Now it's interesting to sort of give a little bit of flavor to the world that my players were sort of playing in. And it's funny because it was a setting written by one of the other players. I sort of just took this location and gave it its own lore and expanded. I said that originally the walled fortress empire was originally built within a swamp, and it was when the humans came in and they took over the location that a lot of these lizard folk, that their swamps are now gone, ended up living within the sewers because it had a similar type of biome to them. Nice to meet you. Never chat. Absolutely love D&D and compose background music for campaigns. Awesome. Appreciate it. But I think I should be good for right now, but thank you though, I'll keep that in mind. So, you know, it was something like that. That was what I ended up doing, where to sort of give a little bit more flavor to that, and to also introduce, you know, hey, why not? Let's have some lizard folk. It's cool. You know, and you can do these things and it can be fun. You know, you can do sort of incorporating different things about an environment, and sort of, it helps give a little bit of history to a location as well. So sort of like a little bit of a headcanon that I've come up with for our setting that we sort of built last stream. When we take a look at sort of the bottom here, I wrote a couple of things like special creatures we would need to include would be the undead bandit king, because our villain of this campaign that we sort of hashed out last time is supposed to be some sort of undead with any sort of agenda. So if we're going based off of that, I figured, well, he's an undead, any sort of agenda. He kidnapped someone. The theme is about him using specters and ghosts to sort of accomplish a goal. He should be redeemed and some sort of thing like that. Well, I figured, well, why don't we do something similar to maybe if he's supposed to be committing a bunch of crimes, why not make him a bandit lord? Or let's make him a pirate. He has a spectral crew. The town's being attacked by this spectral pirate and his crew, and maybe that's where the hook comes in, of the players having to band together to defend this town. And then from there, they start on their quest to sort of understand what's going on, how to deal with him, and then sort of understand, you know, oh, that the person he's kidnapped could have been the village elder. That village elder could have some sort of analog to the daughter of Poseidon, because that was how ridiculous this concept ended up getting originally. But you see what I mean? We were able to sort of workshop a little bit of an idea here, and we've got some ideas. We have some goals. So there are other specific creatures that we're going to need to take a look at, like undead creatures, which I think some are listed in here, I think. Yeah, like ghouls, giant spider, well, not giant spiders, but like ghouls, ghosts, I think ghast. Is ghast a thing? I see will-o-wisp is here. So like some other stuff like that, you know, we'd want to sort of like keep in mind as we're like looking through these things. So we're gonna see if we can find it. I know there's a mimic here. Also, I know like the Devourer. Ooh, interesting. Let's see, Givering Mouth. Yeah, there it is, ghast. Okay, cool. So these are like specific undead creatures that we're gonna need to take a note of because we might use one of them. The other thing to note is our pirate himself. He is an undead, so we're going to need to find sort of a generic undead stat block to use, but then we're going to sort of style it in the style of, well, he's a swashbuckler, so we'll need to find something like that. Your baby phase spider, yep, look, there he is. That's a Bodok. It's kind of like an intellect devourer, but it's got super debilitating ability. Yeah, you know, it made me sort of think of like a lot of these other things. Like, let's see. Okay, ghosts. Wait, ghosts are CR4? Huh, okay. I thought they were lower CR because, well, actually, okay. It's funny because I don't remember if attacking ghosts works the same way as it does in older editions compared to now. So I guess that's one thing I'll need to just double check because if that's the case, well, the party may be in for some interesting moments. Also, you know how we're switching it up. Let me switch our music a bit. Oh. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Alright, what else? What are things that I want in this underwater fortress? Let's see, we want undead. Let's see, in 5e, they're pretty much resistant to anything non-magical or not silvered. Okay, got it. That's important to know, because in older editions, you just straight up can't hit them. Like, you just swing and it doesn't matter, you're not going to hit them, really. So, these are important things to keep in mind. The only way to hit them would be with a magic weapon, or with any sort of enchanted or like plus weapon, or a spell, obviously. So, these are things to note. This is going to be interesting because I guess for simplicity's sake then, we'll make our ghost captain just a general undead, not a specter, but we will let him control specters. Dude, actually, this is going to sound like a really cool like ghost pirate fight. I'm thinking about it now. This is going to be awesome. So, you know, these are things like that. So we'll keep that in mind. You know what? Hold on, I'm going to write this down. Let's see. Skeletons. We're going to want skeletons. We're going to want rates. We're gonna want ghast. Ghast could be good, and we'll see what else. We got a couple other ideas. What else? We want a construct or some sort of golem. We want that. We want undead creatures in this fortress. We want undead sea creatures and undead. You know what? Undead Sahuagin. We'll mix up some creature types. Hold on, I gotta make sure I'm spelling this right, because Sahuagin. Where is it? There we go. Sahuagin. I think I spelled that right. Yep. Okay, cool. Thanks, DDO. I now forever will have Sahuagin burned into my memory. Okay, what else? Beholder Zombie. Okay, that's kind of cool. Doppelganger. Nope. Hook Horror. What is a Hook Horror? Ground Blade. Could be a cool idea. What else? What else? I think that's it for what we're looking at within the DMG. I think we're going to want to start looking in a second towards our urban monsters. Wait a minute. Oh, these are urban monsters? Huh. A Tarrasque is an urban monster? What the hell? Ain't no way. Let's see. Hokar. Oh, that's what those were? Okay. I wasn't too sure. You got me there. I didn't remember. Okay. All right. You know what? Maybe. We'll see. What else? I think that's a lot of what we want from here. Okay, well, I think we're about ready to jump into the monster manual. You know, we did our little window shopping here. We took a look at the sort of different things that we wanted to use for, well, kind of this. We got a list of creatures that we kind of want to take a look at. Let's take a look at the monster manual and see if there's anything else we can add. And then, worst case, or well, not even worst case, I guess what we'll do probably after we look through the monster manual, because I'm sure the monster manual, it has a lot of creatures, but I don't think it will have everything. So, worst case, we've also got 5e tool here on the side, so we can look at any other creature that may or may not be within our book. So, let's take a look. Welcome to the monster manual. I know, we're finally here in the good old monster manual. Let's see what we got. Table of contents. Ooh, nice. And we can probably just click to jump to any of these, which is really good. Let's see. Got a lot of different things, which is always good. And I wonder if there's going to be variations of these things. Where do we want to start? You know what? Let's start with... Okay. This one's just for me because I'm curious. I want to see what a Tarrasque is. Let's see. The most possible dreaded monster of the material plane. I see. The legendary destruction. Look, I've never seen the Tarrasque page, so don't mind me. I just want to take a look at it real quick. Because why not, right? Okay. Thing is crazy strong. It has low intelligence. 25 natural armor. That's a lot of HP for a creature. 40-foot movement. Let's see, I'm curious, how huge is this? Yeah, gargantuan monstrosity, unaligned, super massive. Good to know. A legendary resistance, okay, cool. 3 times a day, immunities to charm, frighten, poison. Immunities to fire, poison, bludgeoning, pierce. Oh, that's, not fun. Good to know. Oh, is there a picture of this thing? Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's sick. Alright, I just had to take a look at that because I was curious. Alright, let's jump back up to the table of contents real quick. Okay, so what we are looking at, first off, let's look at something basic. Let's look at, let's see. You want to see vampires, Revenant. Curious. Where do I want to start? Let's see. Let's actually take a look at nulls. Let's see. Nulls. What else do we have here? Oh, my page is like a little scuffed, but don't worry about it. Okay. So this is like a generic null stat block, and then we have a couple of different variations of it. Okay, so medium creature, humanoid. Okay, 15 AC. Alright, that's not that bad. I'm pretty sure that's... I would say 15 AC is about what we usually want to aim for. I would say for... At least in my opinion, because when I play with D&D, I play with a group of people that are a little bit more min-maxy. So typically when I create a creature, I would say benchmark AC that you usually want to use is maybe anywhere from 13 to 15. Mostly because my players typically have a way to really bump their to hit bonus. So you ideally either want to sort of throw in something as a standard of saying, okay, you need to basically be able to hit over a 13. A 15 would be pushing it. 18 is the creature has high CR, or not high CR, high AC. And then anything beyond that is like, it must be a specific type of creature. Like maybe it's a construct, maybe it's a golem, maybe if it's a golem, there has to be another way around it. You know what I mean? It's like, obviously you would use magic or other means to sort of attack this creature, but you know. Wish it was a little bit more exciting. You love their siblings from Pathfinder, especially their oldest sibling. Yeah. Let's see. Sorry about that. I had to drink some water. Okay. Okay, so null. I think we'll run a couple of nulls, so I'm just gonna put we're gonna put yes next to this, just so we know that we're gonna run it. Rampage, when nulls reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack on its turn, the null can take a bonus action and move up to half its movement speed and make a bite attack. Okay, so it does have like an extended thing. Damn, alright, so probably in like a null pack is very dangerous. You know, in hindsight, now I think about it, no, that makes sense why at the start of Baldur's Gate 3, when you fight that null pack, it can be kind of tough. Anyways. Let's see, it's got hide armor and a shield for a basic null. Let's see, what else we got here? Usually you want to take a look at what their AC is, their movement, their HP, and then from there we sort of take a look around any other special features. The special feature for this is just Rampage, which I do think is a very cool idea. I do like that. It makes it so the encounter can be a lot more threatening, that if the nulls win, they stay winning. Let's see. They have a basic bite attack, +4 to hit, 5-foot reach, because it's a melee, 1 creature, 1d4, 2p, okay. Spears, range attack, usually like longbow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so there's recharge. Recharge 5 to 4, what does that mean? I would assume you can only do it after a certain number of turns then, if I had to guess. Interesting, okay. I'm alright with that. I like that. You know, giving bigger abilities a little bit more of a downtime, you know, so you're not just abusing and blowing up a player. Multi-hitting, that's pretty good. It's okay. I don't really know what the difference is between these. I guess it's just their dynamic in nature. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so that's a null. Nulls are good. We're using that. Let's see. Roll a d6 when it comes up, and if you hit that threshold, you usually recover that ability. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, alright. Because I wasn't sure how that worked. Okay, so that's how that works. Alright. Let's see what else we've got here. Did I write Goblin? Oh, you know, oh, we'll just slip Goblin in here. The good old D&D classic. So we can use that as an excuse. Take a look at the Goblin page, and then we'll look right at Golems after. Does that make sense? Same thing with Dragon's Breath weapon. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. I wasn't too sure how specific that was, but at least now I know. Okay. Okay. Nice. Let's see. Goblins. Yeah, goblins, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so okay. If I had to say, goblins are the minions of every D&D campaign. They're always gonna be there. They're very easy to do. You can always roleplay them in tons of different ways. They can be a very interesting and fun type of creature to run. It could be an enemy. It could even be an ally. It just depends on really how you're running it. And it's totally fine. I think it's pretty good. They're a very versatile creature. Let's see. Goblin boss. Interesting. Wow, wait a minute, what the hell? Goblins are just as strong, if not a little bit tougher than nulls. Interesting. Except they're a lot more slippery, so they can get away. Okay. I'll just mark that as a yes. Because we'll use that, we'll use nulls. While we're at it, let's take a look at golems, because this is something interesting I do want to see. Okay. Golems are made from humble materials, clay, flesh, bone, iron, or stone. Durability, it has no ambitions, no need for sustenance. Okay. Angel's Guardian, blind obedience. Let's see. In our case, we would probably be looking at an iron golem. Either an iron golem or a stone golem, and now the question is, are there different stat blocks for these? Okay, good, there is. In your current campaign, a Goblin King has risen up in a country and started a war for independence and conquest with the secret backer. Yeah, no, I like that. Like, that's the best part. Like, you can use a goblin for, like, really anything. It's really up to you. You can just create a bunch of different varieties and settings with it. Let's see. Flesh golems, not my favorite, to be honest. I think I do not enjoy, but it's good if you're a necromancer or have a necromancer villain. You can use that as a bit. But I would say probably, let's see, stone golem, iron golem. I do like the iron golem. I like that art. Stone golem. I'd probably say we use the stone golem. Okay, actually, we can use 2 golems. We'll mark this down. Hold on. Okay, you know what? Let's go stone golem here. Or no. Okay, for the fortress, iron golem. Iron golem. And for the mountain, we're gonna use a stone golem. So we can get a little bit of variety. It may be more difficult for the party to deal with, but it'll make a little bit more sense, because if it's in a fortress, it should be made out of refined materials. If it's in the mountain pass, maybe it's like a mountain protector or a mountain guardian. We can do it like that. I think it'll be fun. Oh, that's what the Gorgon is. Okay. Oh, it is very different. Okay. I do kind of want to use this now. This thing looks kind of cool. Body is covered in iron plates and its nostrils fume with a green vapor. Interesting. This is actually very... You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to move... Actually, no. We'll either keep it. Yes. Maybe use in the fortress, depending on locale. Okay. Because that I definitely want to use. This seems very cool. Petrifying breath. Oof. That's the scary part. The Gorgon exhales petrifying gas in a 30-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 13. That's kind of low. On a constitution or be turned to stone. Okay, never mind. That's kind of important. Let's see. The restrained target must repeat the saving throw at the end of the next turn. On success, let's see. Okay, on success, they're not petrified. On failure, they are petrified and must be freed by greater restoration. Got it. Oh my god, what the hell is this? I've never seen this thing before. Ooh. Let's see, Griffin for the mountain. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, your Minotaur allegory. You know what? We'll put the Griffin in. Where is it? I think we already wrote it in our list here, so we can just kind of confirm it. I think we put it under Highlands. Yes. So these are like creatures that we'll include into our like encounter tables. Sky Dwellers. Grimlock. I've never seen this. What is this? Neutral Evil, Debased Cultist, Empire of the Mind Flayer. The degenerate subterranean Grimlock were once human, but their worship of the Mind Flayer over generations prowling the Underdark is transformed. Interesting. Never seen that before. Okay, the Hags. This is something interesting we do want to do. Because I do want one. Problem is which one? I know specifically it mentions like a green hag for the Plainlands, but I don't think we're going to use one for Plainlands. We might see what other variations there are, because we might use one for other things. Let's see. No, maybe not that. Sea hag, that's what we're going to use. The ugly inside and out. Sea hags are the far the ugliest of all hags. Okay. Let's take a look at the stat block. Interesting. Illusionary appearance. Yep, can hide their look. Death glare. Wow. You know, I was joking before when I said save or die is dead. No, death glare. The tag targets a frightened creature if she can see within 30 feet. If the creature can see the hag, it must succeed a DC 11 saving wisdom throw, or this creature is dropped to 0 hit points. Well, it's not quite save or die, but it's close enough. Well, we'll take that. We'll put that in our list. Sea hag. Yeah, we're gonna put that in there. Anything else from here? Oh, I guess a harpy, actually. I didn't put harpies in the mountain range. That could be fun. Harpies are pretty easy to run. Harpy. And we're just gonna put that in because, I'll be honest, harpies are kind of like a cannon fodder enemy. Very easy to use. You know, typically interesting. Also, you know, it's very convenient. All these creatures are coming up close together here because this is another thing we were going to probably use, a hellhound. This could be like a more rare encounter, maybe like a, well, evil to the core, a hellhound, a mundane beast. It would be very good to have one of these types of things. You know, a lot tougher, like a fiend type of creature. Yeah. Let's see. Funny thing about hag lore is that they're all connected but can only work in groups of 3. Any more the group can descend into treachery. Ah, I see. Say that as the music's like getting super ominous, I'll only lower it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Let me just double check here. Let's see, we were looking at Hellhound, where I think we wrote it somewhere here. Hellhound for the Highlands and Cliff area. Yes. Maybe make it the pack leader of wolves. And on that case, I think we wrote wolves here somewhere. Put that in as well, because that's pretty basic. Holy shit, that looks cool. Let's see, Hippogriff, Magical Beast, Hobgoblins, okay. Another variation of Goblinoid, Strategical Thinkers, basically a step up from Goblins. Hobgoblins, Awful Evil. Hey, what's up, Filippo? Persona 2 looking different? Yeah, I know, right? We're doing something fun. We've been making a D&D campaign on stream. It started off with me learning how 5th edition works, reading through the books, and like taking a look at how the game is played, because I'll be honest, I never really got too into 5th edition. Hey, what's up, Hawkins? No problem, appreciate it. So yeah, like I never really got too into 5th edition when a lot of people really did. And in hindsight, I had that realization of when we were doing the streams of me first reading how like Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is, I realized, oh my god, this thing is like 10 years old. Holy shit, I'm late to the party. But it's funny because I only got into like things like Dungeons and Dragons back, I want to say during the pandemic, when some of my friends got me into it. Is Hobgoblin versus Goblin a Goblin racism thing? Honestly, I don't know. But it could be an interesting conflict. See, working on a D&D campaign? Yeah, we actually are. So, let's see, like, how do you think they feel about it? I feel like the Hobgoblins are supposed to be like the more strategic thinking type of people, or like the boss, and the regular goblins are supposed to be like the more or less like the manual labor force. At least that's how I see it, where it's like hobgoblins might consider themselves like a little high and mighty because they're the more lawful, where goblins are more chaotic, you know what I mean? I think like hobgoblins would be more likely to like kind of be treacherous towards each other, where I think regular goblins, they've kind of got that like Warhammer orc in them, where they're just kind of like, ready to box each other for nothing. But yeah. But yeah, Hawkins. So we've been working on a campaign on stream. It's been very fun, I'll be honest. It's been a lot of fun. Hobgoblins are a military prideful warrior. Yep, exactly. You nailed it, Cruise Neck. Yeah, that's like the best way I could describe it. Fantasy genre does this because mythologically speaking, hobgoblins are actually passive and nice, gentle giants. Yeah, it's kind of funny in that sense. D&D really takes like a lot of liberties on some of these things, but I think it leads for a more interesting blend because you can really do a lot of different variations of these things. You can get a lot of different sort of stories you can tell with that. I mean, look, let's be honest. The campaign setting that we created last stream is absolutely ridiculous, okay? But it's funny because it all kind of started linking together a little bit towards the end, even though we were just rolling dice to figure it out. I do like the idea, though, of our main villain was supposed to end up being... see, whatever game this is, they need to mod into the SMT3 campaign. Look, Filippo, I want you to know, I do have that book. I just can't pull the book up right now because I have to censor it because it has Kyalb's full name in the bottom corner because for some reason I didn't get my copy of the PDF, and I just mostly had to like make sure that, well, one, I don't leak his name, but I do want to take a look at that book on stream because it is a really fun read. It's a really good read. I know, right? I was like, uh-oh, I don't want to do that by accident. I was like, I can't do that to my man by accident. That'd be really bad. So, you know, I want to make sure that when I have that ready, I'll eventually pull that book up because it is a fun read. There's a lot of really cool stuff, seeing sort of how they translate, well, a video game to a tabletop. So, you never played, but you like a dude, or you do like a good D&D campaign. You follow some D&D people. Nice. Forgot they made Magatama into people. Yeah. See, picking goblins so far, just going through the list. Honestly, we're just kind of we first off started by taking a look through the Dungeon Master's book, which kind of helps you sort of figure out what you want to use. The idea was I wrote together a whole bunch of lists. We started off with, we have our region that our campaign is going to be taking place in. Now, the question is, should it be an island? Maybe not. What we sort of decided was it'll be like a coastal region. There'll be a mountain range. We've got some cliffs, some beaches. We know there's going to be an underwater section for the players, and that there's going to be, you know, maybe a fortress or forest as well that they're going to need to deal with. So we kind of went through the DM's book and looked through the master list here, where it sort of gives you an idea of, well, what kind of creatures live in these places? And then you sort of put together a little bit of a shopping list here. And now we're kind of looking through the monster book and sort of getting a closer look at these creatures to see, do we really want to use this? Because sometimes, like, for example, right here, we've got our big list of creatures. But here's the thing. You don't always need to use everything, but it doesn't hurt to grab a ton of things ahead of time because you never know. Like, a good example is, I think I even wrote, yeah, like we've got merfolk, sea hag, water elementals, sharks, mephits, giant crabs, all these other things that we're going to find underwater or in the beach. And we might not even see a lot of that, like especially when it comes to like some of the more like natural things, like what type of creatures are living here. Exactly, building an environment. Yep. See, you've got it. But yeah, the idea is we're trying to look at a number of different creatures here to sort of see what exactly do we want the players to fight. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to fight everything. I'm going to be honest with you, because that would kind of become a headache and a pain in the ass for everyone. If we're just constantly getting into combat, you know what I mean? It can get kind of tiring for the players. But, you know, it's the fact that there's a lot of these things in the environment and in the setting that makes it more interesting overall for everyone. And that's just kind of my take on it. Oh, damn. Hobgoblin Warlord? Damn. Do a lot of roleplay with people, and D&D does kind of fit around it. Yeah, definitely. If anything, I would definitely recommend maybe at one point giving it a shot. It's something that my friends sort of got me into, and I always love because how my friends got me into tabletop is very funny because D&D was not the first tabletop game I played. The first tabletop game I played was what's it called? The Warhammer Rogue Trader, or not Rogue Trader. It was oh my god, it is something Inquisitor. It was like one of those Warhammer tabletops where we had a lot of back and forth with we were playing as the Inquisition, and we had to go and investigate a location. Now, as someone that I had no idea anything tabletop, I didn't know anything about Warhammer 40k, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, I basically made Doom Guy, and I'm walking around with a whole bunch of investigators. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, dude. All I know is we got into a combat encounter, and look, D&D's easy, okay? You roll a d20, bam, you get your hits in, easy. When you're playing Warhammer, it's like, okay, you roll for attack, you roll for where it's gonna hit, and if it hits them, you have to roll what happens. And what happens is, oh my god, okay, you shoot the guy's arm off, he screams, all of the ammunition on him explodes, the whole street catches fire, everyone's dying, oh, and then you get shot for all your health, and you're knocked out. What? There's just a lot of things that happen at once in that game, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And then after that, one of my friends pulls me aside. He goes, hey, do you want to play in our D&D game? It's a lot easier than this. And I'm like, yeah, I'll play D&D instead. I think a fantasy setting might do me some good, because the sci-fi setting was very overwhelming, and it was in something that, like, there's tons of books about, so I didn't know what I was doing. Heard a few of those, or you've seen the voice actors. Yeah. So more or less, that was kind of what got me into D&D. And then, like, after a while, you know, I kind of got into working on my own campaigns. Oh, wait, this is what the Hook Horror looks like. Oh, okay, you were right, Kruznik. You were right. Now I remember this thing. I completely forgot about this guy. Oh, damn. Let's see. Well, Hydras can be cool, but Hydras are, like, very dangerous. I know, what a shocker, right? A Hydra dangerous? Oh my god. It's mostly because of the multiple heads, because each of them can do bite attacks, and they can just, like, swarm people. So I guess this is kind of the other rule I guess we could talk about. Let's see. The other rule we could talk about when you're being the DM and you're picking creatures, you can pick powerful creatures, but don't be a dick. I know I've always kind of said that, like, golden rule of don't be a dick, but understand why I say it, because you can have situations like this where, let's look at the Hydra. The Hydra has reactive heads. Each head the Hydra has beyond one gets an extra action that can be used for opportunity attacks and other things like that. See a bone nugget? Oh yeah, that could be cool too. It also has multi-attack. The Hydra makes as many bite attacks as it has heads. Here's the problem with that, okay? If you're the DM, you have to make sure that, you know, now this is in my opinion. Be careful, okay? You don't want to absolutely just delete one player, because that's not fun for them. What I will say is, if there's a number of players that are within the range of the Hydra, have the heads sort of split their attacks. Make it maybe 2 heads bite this guy, 2 heads bite another player. Divide it up a little bit, okay? And the reason why we do that is because, well, one, you want the encounter to sort of feel more dynamic, because if not, then, wow, the DM's picking on me. I hate that. No shit. And you don't want that, okay? So things like that you do want to be a little bit mindful of, and we'll get to that as we're going to sort of talk about other creatures as we sort of go through our list. Let's see, you've also done roleplays involving Warhammer yourself. Let's see, you were in a homebrew world, okay, and the thing was, you ended up having an Ogren for a planetary governor. Holy shit, dude. Wow, that's something. Oh man, I think, okay, it's funny, and I have a confession. So our Warhammer campaigns, whenever we've tried anything Warhammer, our DM who usually runs it unfortunately has the curse of he can usually maybe run something for 1 or 2 sessions and then it dies, unfortunately. So it's like, I think that the Warhammer campaign we did ran like maybe 2 sessions and then he dropped it. Then I think we did what's it called, we did Rogue Trader, which that was cool, but then we like never did it again. And he is working on a reboot of that campaign, so fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Maybe I would be down now that I understand a little bit more about Warhammer. I mean, I played the Rogue Trader game, so I kind of have an idea of the setting now, at least a little better. But you know what I mean? It'll definitely be something. Let's see, you have your players roll intimidation sometimes for who the monster wants to attack. You know what? That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll keep that in mind, because that is kind of an issue where it's like sometimes how I've done it is I'll do a dice roll of, depending on like if a certain number of players are within range of, like, let's say maybe an archer who's hiding in the back and he's going to take a shot. If no one has given him a specific order, or maybe it's like a creature that has a ranged projectile attack, what I'll end up doing is I'll usually do a dice roll maybe of 1 to 10 or something like that, depending on like however many are there. And then from there, we'll see sort of like who I'm going to pick to attack. Wait, how does that work? Is it the higher it is, the more they attack, the lower it is, the first to be attacked? So I can kind of understand how Kruznik might do this, and Kruznik, you can correct me on this. I would assume the higher number on the intimidation roll would sort of be the determination. So like, say I roll an 18 and I beat a DC of 15, that means the monster is going to change its focus to me. Sort of how these things work, Hawkins, is since Dungeons and Dragons is a D20 system, you usually set a DC, which is like the difficulty. Yeah. So a DC would be like difficulty condition or something like that, and the DM is usually the person who determines how high that is, whether it be the creature has its own DCs, which are calculated based off of a couple of things, or you can just say, let me give you an example. If you are going to try to lie to me, you need to pass a DC 13. So you would roll your diplomacy, and if you beat a 13, congratulations, you've lied to me. Oh no, I don't know what you mean. I guess he's telling the truth. You know, stuff like that. So it's sort of like how you do these challenge checks. That's sort of how that works. Okay, what else we got here? We looked at Sea Hag, so we're gonna put that in. I'm pretty sure elementals will be like all together in one thing on this, but let's go back up to the top real quick. Now we're gonna be jumping up a little bit here. Hold up. Oh, this looked wonderful on stream, don't mind me. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, dude, that's a Jin? Oh, that's cool. I like that art. Hold on, you know what? Let's jump back up here. Go to table contents. Okay, let's see. What else do we want? I just gave you an idea. If you did this on most monsters, I can see how higher it is to attack them, but if there are monsters with a mindset like a null, then they'll use exactly. Yeah. And you see what I mean? That right there that you just did, Hawkins, that's the beauty of it as a DM. You get to make the rules up. So you could say maybe if the creature has a lower intelligence, maybe they don't quite understand that and they'll go after the people with the lower number who try to roll that. You see what I mean? So stuff like that definitely works. I think that's a great idea. Let's see, what else do we got here? What were we gonna look at? Also, wow, the music is kind of picking up a bit. I'll lower this a little bit. Let's see. Let's look at, let's see. I don't want to look at, we can do bugbears and bullets since they're close together. So let's take a look at, actually, you know what? Let's do Banshee first. I know, right? Boss fight music in the background. You know, hold on. Let's take a look at Banshee first, because Banshees are usually really interesting creatures. Okay, let's see. DC 12, or let's see. Armor class 12. Okay, that's fine. Incorporeal movement, can move through terrain. Takes force damage if she ends her turn inside an object. Let's see, either do that, or if the person who rolls... Yep. No, I agree with you there. Let's see. definitely want to include a Banshee. Yeah, we're putting that in there. We're gonna put that on our list. Let's see. Most intelligent enemies would go after the most threatening in order to get that. Yeah. So that's a good example. So let's say you're fighting a group of brigands or bandits. Typically, if they're human, they have about an average intelligence. They would probably shout out orders to each other where maybe one of them shouts out, hey, get the guy in the back. Or there's a spellcaster back there, take care of him. And you could sort of have some of the enemies shift their focus to that. And maybe they'll make a little bit of a risky play, but they might be able to catch the caster in the back. They might be able to sort of, you know, shift the tide of battle into their favor that way. Now, that's also used the DM playing it out that way to sort of at least put some pressure on other characters, because again, you don't want exactly, hey, there's that guy and the dress is glowing, oh my god, he's doing some weird hand motions, oh, we gotta stop him. You know, there are things like that, of course, or, you know, you want to try to like make an encounter more interesting. I think a good example of that is an encounter I ran where it was the parties versus like I think it was like a group of like beastmen, and one of them was a shaman in the back. The shaman was purposefully hiding and then sneaking around the back of the fight while everyone was like fighting more towards the center of the map, and he was going around the side to start throwing things like an entangling root onto the ground to sort of trap the caster so he couldn't run away, and then like stuff like that to sort of like, you know, try to make the fight a little bit more difficult, but not making it too difficult where it's, you know, unbeatable. That's ideally how you'd want to do encounters as a DM. You want to make sure that the party is adequately challenged, but is still having fun. And that's like the most important thing to remember, especially when you're like making a campaign. And, you know, like, well, how we're looking at creatures here, we have things like, let me see. Actually, I'm kind of curious about this. How does this work for necrotic damage? Okay, I'm curious, how does the whale work in this version? Banshee releases a mournful wail provided she isn't in sunlight, has no effect on undead or constructs. All other creatures must make a DC 13 constitution. On failure, the creature drops to 0. On a success, the creature takes 10 damage. Oh, okay, it's the average. Okay, interesting. Okay, so the whale still works about the same. It's just the 5e situation of, okay, it's a little bit more fair. If anything, that is something that I can say I kind of appreciate a little bit, but at the same time, I can understand why, when I talk to some of my friends that play like older D&D, we can kind of say, okay, there's like no saves or die. I mean, there kind of is save and die here, but at the same time, it's more balanced. It's at least fair. That's the most important thing to say. A banshee is cool for a haunted area, what you imagine like a swamp or a lake. You imagine the oceans are, maybe because of the salt water and all. It's funny, actually, but sort of what I've got an idea here. We can totally use the banshee, especially for what we've got down here as an idea. So I'm going to write this down here. So we'll put the banshee down here. Let me just make sure I'm do that. Banshee. We'll put it down here because it would work. And if you say pirates, yeah, well, it's funny that you say that, because when we wrote our campaign setting, it did end up that we got an undead who seems to be attacking a town with ghosts, and then also, you know, a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, it's exactly. See, you know where we're getting with this. So ideally, yeah, that would be sort of the goal that we're going to try to do. I'm trying to sort of tie together a theme loosely from all the stuff that we put together last time. So we've kind of got that down. We've got that general idea. Ghost pirates. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing ghost pirates. Also, my bad. I'm sorry. I think they're on a timer. But yeah, so we're gonna try that idea. We're gonna keep that idea. So Banshee's a yes, that's for sure. We're putting that in there. Banshee, definitely. And let me just remove it from the top here, since we moved it down. Yep, we're good. We're gonna take that out. We're gonna move that down. Put Banshees here. Definitely a keeper. I think while we're here, oh, this Basilisk. Okay, actually, something I do want to add up to here. We're gonna slip in Basilisk. over here, because basilisk are also a pretty good creature to have in like your mountain range or like cave environment. And it can lead to some interesting encounters, especially when having to deal with things like petrification. So why not? Yeah, we'll put one in there. We'll put one in there. That's an easy accept. Mostly because you have things like petrifying gaze, which is a very interesting thing. Again, my only thing is the DCs are a little bit low, but I guess that's maybe just how it is nowadays in 5e. Although maybe the DCs were always kind of low. I don't know. We'll take a look. Let's see. Let's see, they need to chase prey. Yep, some alchemists want that. What the hell is this? Monstrosity evil, a bear. Oh, never seen this. You stole the chili fry recipe they had. Oh no. Let's see what else we got here. Beholders. Okay, so beholders are really interesting. They're like, again, one of these like classic D&D creatures. I don't think we're going to be using one in this campaign, although if you are running a campaign, totally would recommend one. They're a cool creature to run. Again, very much depends on how you run it, because they're typically like your boss monster, or like they are the central or the centerfold creature of your dungeon. So typically like your boss at the end or something like that. Beholders, you like, imagine a ball of eldritch horror. Exactly. You know, pretty much. And they have like a bunch of different effects, and like this, just look at this guy. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And then like a Death Tyrant, which is the undead version of Beholder. It's funny, there's so many different flavors of them. Let's see. They're lower in this because the save bonuses are also lower. You can't crit a save either, so if you... Okay, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense then. Yeah. Yeah. I was curious about it because most of the time when you see a lot of these things, they typically, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about Save or Die. Let's talk about Save or Die real quick. So, Save or Die is a very interesting feature of like old D&D, where it's supposed to represent like the epitome of this is a powerful spell. This is how you know it's a powerful spell. Things like Finger of Death. You know, an excessive amount of level drain. But here's the major difference. A lot of spells, at least in older D&D, so for example, 3rd edition, older versions, I think maybe 4th edition has some of these, I'm not too sure. But they have spells where it's like, oh, if you fail this saving throw, you will just straight up die. There's no save. Or there is a save, and if you pass the save, you get to live, but you will be taking a severe amount of damage. Or you don't, you just die. And there's no win. I can understand why they sort of changed it to just your health is set to 0, so you're incapacitated instead of dipping into the negatives, which older D&D is more like after you hit 0, anything below 0 is more or less like your negative health, and if you go past your constitution score, you're dead. In 5th edition, I think now people use saving throws, or not saving throws, or death saving throws. I think we talked about it before when we looked in the player's handbook, which honestly, IMO makes these spells a lot more fair, because I'm going to be upfront with you. As fun as it is, and I do think they are, like, there's a time and place for these types of spells, and it does give a lot of flavor. I'm going to be honest with you, Save or Die is not fun when you're on the receiving end of it, let's be honest. But when you're the one doing it, it is fun. But again, that goes back to our conversation as a DM. Be fair, or at least have fun. And if you're not going to be fair, at least do it the right way. Let's see. Power Word kills a spell that kills you instantly if your HP is 100 or lower. Yeah, exactly. What do you prefer? It's tough because I haven't had any experience yet with the 5th edition version. I've played a lot with 3.5. I learned D&D playing 3.5 because I don't know why my friends, when they pulled me in to play D&D after that Warhammer campaign, I thought we were going to play 5th edition, but no, we actually played 3.5, which is a long old version of D&D, where it has a lot of these like older features, and they just kind of got me into that. And so I guess I'm used to that being the standard for me. Would I prefer it? I guess for now, because that's what I'm familiar with. But I would say if you're in a situation where you're being targeted by a save or die spell, you must be in a very high level campaign, or your DM is a dick. That's the best way I could say it, because most of the time you don't use these spells unless you're in a situation where you 100% know the players can deal with it. That's the best way I could describe it. And I'm saying this as someone that I have ran a kill or a save or die spell. Now, in my campaign that I ran for some friends, I had them in I think they were level 15? No, a little bit over. Yeah, no, I think they were like level 14-ish. And I had them encounter like a fey entity that came out of the lake. And there was, I want to say I put as a challenging creature, I had at least one Wild Hunt Archer hiding in a corner. And this was, we were using Pathfinder 1E. And I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Wild Hunt Archers, they're kind of cracked, okay? These guys, they shoot their shots and they don't miss. So that's why I was like, all right, we're only going to put one in, because a Wild Hunt Archer is a creature that is designed for like a very, very high level player. And I think actually, maybe it wasn't 14. I think the party was maybe around level 10. So that was already a challenge. Now, for the party, they had a boss monster that they were fighting. And of course, there was a bunch of cultists, a bunch of other creatures on the sides. Yo, what's Chewbacca doing here? No, don't worry. We're going to get to him in a second. So I created an interesting combat encounter for my players where they had to deal with, one, of course, there's this archer in the back who's trying to shoot them. Two, an entity that they were fighting that ended up becoming sort of an avatar of like a wild hunt, which already is a crazy level 20 monster, very difficult. You do not want to run that normally unless the players are ready. And that was to sort of scare them off. Eventually the idea was to like create this powerful encounter to really challenge the players to see how long they last before the bell tolls. The idea was eventually, if the party survived after a certain number of rounds, a Fey bell would toll, and that would sort of cause all the entities to crawl back into the lake and return to the Fey realm, because it seemed to be sort of the calling of, okay, the master of the hunt has called off the hunt for now, they're retreating for now, and they'll be back. But the idea is, this is your test to see how well you can do. So they fought off like a bunch of cultists, they fought off a bunch of like other creatures coming at them, and you know, you get a lot of these types of things. And the idea was like, we had a situation where the players use their own saber die to basically entrap the cult leader in a block of ice. He failed a constitution save. They trap him in a block of ice, and I like how we narrated this, where the melee fighter ran up with the wizard and he trapped him in the block of ice, and they worked together to just cleave the cult leader's head off. But I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to let you end the encounter early. So what ended up happening was, well, doing that, the lake starts to shift and rumble, and you start seeing a shadowy figure rising from the lake. You can't quite see it, but you know its eyes are staring at you. And that's when it starts, you know, firing off these higher level spells, these bigger things, and that's where the encounter really got more interesting. Now it was my turn to use Saber Die, and in my case, what I ended up doing was, okay, I basically made this creature a very, very nerfed version of like, I think it's like a wild hunt like leader, or like the head of the wild hunt. It was to sort of act as like this big scary creature that the players definitely should not win against, but I'm gonna let them try their best. And you know what, we had some of the best moments that we've ever had in any of our campaigns in there, when the creature itself, I said, okay, he's gonna use Finger of Death. He has Finger of Death, a couple of charges, because that's typically how this creature's ran. And I'm like, you know what, let's fire it at our caster and let's see what happens. So we fire the save at it. Now, because the party is fairly min-maxed, he realized he had a witch curse that he could use to redirect. So he ended up redirecting the finger of death that was targeting him after passing a check, and he redirected it to another cultist. So in that encounter, he just, like, we had like the craziest wizard duel while the whole party is dealing with like the literal forest coming alive to attack them from all angles. You have our wizard in the middle having a 1v1 wizard duel with this shadowy entity that's firing fingers of death at him, and he's redirecting it one by one by one until the caster finally stopped charging at him with all these fingers of death. And it was awesome. It was like super hype that he was reflecting and redirecting finger of death to sort of take out the henchman of this creature, and he used it to actually hit the Wild Hunt Archer. Now I was like, okay, the Wild Hunt Archer, let's make him a little bit tough. So instead it sort of sapped him of his energy, and it ended up shattering his bow. So now with the fragments of the broken bow, for the Wild Hunt creatures, the bows are usually like built into their arms. So I was like, so it's now sort of like a shiv, and now it's sort of, he's trying to fight you like that. The thing is, he's an agile fighter, but you see what I mean. We've changed the situation. We've made it a little bit different, and we've used the save or die spell, but we did it in a way that was so cool. You know what? After he redirected the spell, nah, it didn't need to make the save. Cultist fails. Huh? You're not even going to roll it? Nah, he's just dead. You see what I mean? And that is how you make a really fun encounter. You can use all of these things to your advantage. You can make it a really fun environment, a really cool setting. You could really like up the ante, you know what I mean? So it's like, is there a time and place for these things? Yes, absolutely. Would I prefer it? Maybe not, because it can be unfair. Now, I will say, if the wizard did not have that prepared, or I think he was playing a witch in that Pathfinder campaign, if he did not prepare for that, of course, things would have changed. Things would have been very different. The encounter would have turned into like a big slosh. It could have been really bad. But you know what? It worked out for the best, and it made the encounter awesome. The one cultist hit by the misfire, yo, literally. See, funny enough, you're building an encounter inspired by the Beholder. He's an artificer that is, oh my god, he has he has drones that shoot rays. Oh my god. Let's see, the same anti-magic constant ray. There are 6 mechanisms spread out and around the room, and remake the drones. When they're destroyed, the players can destroy these to stop it. I think that's a really good idea. I think that's a fun idea. You know what I mean? But you see exactly what we're doing here, like how we're talking about these things. You can come up with a ton of different scenarios and really fun ideas using simple things, or maybe even just taking like a simple concept of these creatures. You can create a whole encounter based around it, and then from there, you know, make something interesting. Like I know on our list here we have things like an iron golem, some harpies, a stone golem. I would say even for the stone golem, so in our campaign setting that we wrote up, there is a unique location where it's called the Cave of Truth, where if you go there and you ask the cave a question, it'll tell you an answer. We could have it be the guardian of that cave, where maybe, because it's the Cave of Truth, any questions or anything, maybe thoughts are being projected out by the cave, we can sort of create an environment where the players are going to be in a combat encounter, and I will say, you know what, as you're in this encounter, for some reason your mind begins to wander, and as you're thinking, you sort of start hearing these thoughts out loud. And it could be the fact that the cave in this scenario that we've created is projecting these thoughts, and it could be giving everyone an advantage. So there you go, everyone has advantage for the encounter. But that also leads to some other things. We can maybe include some traps, since we're going to have the stone golem in the middle. We can sort of work around it, maybe make it a much more interesting encounter, vice versa, through the, you know, all these different things. So again, it's really a matter of how creative can you get with it, and you can do a lot of fun stuff with it. Like we talked about our undead bandit king, or the undead pirate king, that we're going to use in this campaign. We've already talked about like banshees. I think we'll talk about skeletons and wraiths and all these other ghost creatures in a little bit. But you know, you can come up with a ton of different scenarios and a ton of like fun settings that you can do with it. Please tell me the skeleton pirate has puns. Absolutely. You know for a fact I'm gonna do that. 100%. That's like half the fun. Look, if anything, to me, you can, skeletons are some of my favorite creatures, because you can just, they're goofy, bro. Exactly. Like whenever I think of skeletons in like a fantasy setting, all I can think of is like the Party City skeleton that you'll find and like all the places where people put it in goofy positions and stuff, you know? It can get really funny. Okay, so let's talk about the bugbear. I know we went on a super long tangent, my bad, but you know, there's a lot of fun stuff you can talk about when you're creating these situations, you know? 1 second, I got you. So we got the bugbear. The bugbear, this is sort of, I would say, like the higher up or the hierarchy. It's like, you know, it says here, the cousins of the hobgoblins and goblins. Let's see, bugbears are usually enslaved goblins they encounter and bully hobgoblins into giving them gold or food in return. Yeah, so they're basically like the highest on the food chain, you could say, whenever it comes to this. Interesting. Probably gonna check mark this on our list here, because if we've got that, we may as well include the whole family tree on that. Did I put bugbear? Yes, I did. We're gonna mark that for now. If Chewbacca wanted to hire Ewoks instead, yeah, pretty much. Let's take a look at their stats. They're pretty decent. It's funny, a lot of these creatures that we've looked at do have around like that 15, 16 AC mark. I would say if they're lower AC, they would probably be anywhere from like 11 to 12. 11 to 12 sounds like a fair amount to me. That Ewoks are food in Star Wars. Yeah, I didn't know that either. That is crazy. Oh my god. They eat them? Oh man. What else do we got? Oh my god. Oh, I remember this thing too. Oh, it's the land shark. I kind of remember that. Did we fight one of these in Baldur's Gate 3? I think we did. Interesting. Ewok jerky. Ugh. I don't even want to think of that. Oh my god, look at this thing though. This looks really cool. 100% we're using that. We're slapping it in there. Where is it? I think I wrote it in here for cave. Yes. Definitely. We're definitely using one of these guys. Because, I'm going to be honest, it's always nice to get like a tough encounter like this. Let's see. You made it fight the Minotaurs once. Nice. That it can be just kind of like an interesting creature to use. I'm just kind of like cataloging a little bit here. We're gonna get a number of creatures that we think are interesting. Oh my god, the bullywug art. It's really funny because I feel like now I've run across a bullywug twice in our campaigns that we've ran between like me and my friends in our D&D group. Where like the bullywugs in those campaigns are usually like very interesting characters. Oh my god, what is this? Large monstrosity carrion crawler. I don't know why my brain looked at this and just got reminded of like the giant bugs in like Gears of War for no reason. Let's see. You had a skeletal NPC that liked to give random pineapple to people, and he had a green glowing necklace that one of your players cast Identify on, and it was a suppression gem that one night they decided to rip the necklace off and release one of your homebrew world's first wizards, and they learned magic from the god of magic. Dude, that's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, a chimera. Okay, chimera. Well, we did already mark that we're gonna use one. Oh my god! All right, hold on. We're gonna hold on to that one. Let's see. Flame breath. That. Okay. We'll mark it. It's interesting. It's got a lower AC, but it does have a higher HP. I think I understand why though, because it is kind of a strong creature. Like its hit's pretty good. Each of its attacks are very interesting, and it does have a flame breath. I mean, kind of vanilla, but that's okay. It what else? It's got a little bit of a lower AC than I expected, but fair enough. It is unarmed.
Let's see. We once had an idea for the Underdark Dwarves, that clan that got them exiled for accidentally waking up the big beast, and proceeded to try and make a big machine that mimics a Tarrasque. Oh my god. Okay, what the hell are these? Large aberration are cool. Interesting. It's a tool bug. I know, like, look at this thing. I kind of like it, but at the same time, I don't know. It looks kind of ridiculous, but we might be able to do something with that, but I don't think it'll fit too well in what we're putting together. But there is something we can do. We're gonna ride this down here. A lobster fella. Yeah. So you know what? I think what we'll do is we're gonna bring it back. We're gonna put it in here. We'll put Chul. Yes. But reskin it, modify it. Because I do like the idea, but I don't think it fits in maybe perhaps lore-wise with how we've set up our campaign. But we can't keep it as a possibility. It can be just, you know, a one-off encounter. We'll see. Cloaker, what the hell is this? Right. So is this just the the haunting moan? He moaned this loud. Cloakers are thought to be are aliens to each other life forms that communicate with one another through subsonic moans inaudible to most creature. Let's see. Jewels do love magic items, so the idea is to have them near certain areas. Ah, okay. That could be a good idea. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a child. I read its special ability, moan. Each creature within 60 feet of the cloaker that can hear its moan and that it isn't an aberrant or an aberration must succeed on a DC 13 wisdom or become frightened until the end of the cloaker's next turn. You have not played, but you did study D&D. Look, I'll be honest, if you wanted to learn D&D, there's a lot of different ways you could go about it. I mean, I've been uploading our VODs of, you know, learning D&D, which is us taking a look at like 5th edition and like going through a bunch of stuff like that. Probably at some point, I do want us to look at older editions of D&D because I'm more familiar with 3.5, so we might take a look at some of the stuff there. Might have some of my friends from some campaigns that I played pop in, and we can always talk more about like, you know, different creatures we've made, maybe talk about different campaign stories, because those are always fun. Talking about like previous campaigns can usually be pretty interesting. Other things, like I personally have gotten like really into like Pathfinder 1E, so I was interested in like looking into that. I was thinking about also maybe looking at Pathfinder 2, you know, and stuff like that. There's a ton of different tabletop games. It really just turns into figuring out what works for you, really. So I mean, hey, just because we end up finishing looking through a lot of 5e stuff into where there's more 5e, there's always tons of D&D we can look at. It doesn't mean that, you know, that's the end of it. No, of course, there's always tons of more stuff to look at. There's tons of different 5e books, there's tons of 3.5 books, which I've got tons of them, and those are fun to look at, and we can have a good laugh together, because sometimes they're really interesting. Like last stream, when we were doing this, I talked a lot about Sandstorm. We could take a look at Sandstorm. Setting books are cool. Speaking of, I think I ended up finding a copy of what is it, Strixhaven, which is like the 5th edition like Magic Academy type of campaign, and that's something that I would be even looking to run for my friends in my downtime. It could be like a fun campaign, because we ran one for 3.5 that a friend of ours was DMing, and I figured, you know what, maybe I could run one like that for 5e, and it could be something fun. Maybe shake up the goals a little bit, be a little bit something different. So, you know, don't worry. There's tons of books we could always look at. My God, that's what the cockatrice looks like here. There it is. We do want this. We do want to put this in our list here. So we're going to put that here. I think we've had it under Highlands. Do we? No, I think we have it in a cave. Or did we not? Hold on. Manticore Revenant. Let's see. Is it over here? Oh, we actually had it in plains. I mean, I guess technically it is a plains and forest creature. Oh my god. Yeah, so again, sort of cockatrices fall under that same sort of branding of types of creatures you might want to run. I know, like me and my friend, yeah, petrification, this is sort of like the main thing you want to worry about. So petrification is always kind of like a difficult thing because you don't want to end up in a situation where, oh, the players are petrified. Well, fuck, I guess the adventure's over. You know what I mean? Be a little bit lenient, unless, like, look, there's always the chance, in my opinion. Now, I know some people are going to disagree with me on this. I'm okay with setting up a situation where I personally, as the DM, I try to lean a little bit more towards the players, because ultimately, for me, D&D is about having that great experience all together where everyone is trying to tell like a story collaboratively. It's a lot of fun. We have very close encounters with combat and a lot of other things like that. But the idea is, like, you know, I still want a challenge, but I don't want to completely, you know, eviscerate the players, because that's kind of the thing. We talked about that a lot, like last time, where I think I saw, I think it's a video from like Puff and Force where he was going through like the first edition of D&D, or I think like AD&D, he was reading through it. And in AD&D, a lot of the advice that the author, I think Gary Gygax, gives to the players, or gives to the DM, is kill the player. I hate the player. They need to die. And I'm like, wow, that's rude. So it's like a lot of like how I would recommend, at least in my opinion, is I'm okay with skewing things a little bit towards the player. I mean, look, say we get into another encounter. Okay. And let's use that encounter that I brought up before, where the players were fighting a cult in the forest. Okay. Sometimes I'll say, hey, you kill this guy. Guess what? You know, you swung so hard, you cleave into the next guy. Give me another attack roll. You know, and it's like, it all depends on like how into it the party is. Like if the party's into it, we're having a good time in a combat encounter, they're role playing it out. Sometimes, like if they land a big hit or a critical, I'll tell them, tell me how you want to do it. You know, let me know how you want to take care of this guy. Or if you want me to tell you, I'll give you a little bit extra. So something like that. It's like I usually try to skew a little bit more towards the players. You're reminded of the one video of a barbarian who beat Medusa in a staring contest. Yeah, you know, it's stuff like that. You can do funny things like that too, you know. That's the name of the game. Let me just check something real quick. Okay, cool. Let's see, so we got cockatrice. Bandits, I think we can just like put something together simple. It doesn't need to be very complicated. You could use like a basic stat block of like maybe a goblin, maybe adjust it a little bit, and then maybe add a spell or two. What is this? Oh, this is just straight up a god, isn't it? Benevolent serpents. Oh, it's a Quetzalcoatl. Oh no, okay, no. This is just a winged serpent. Okay. Ah, okay. Interesting. Spellcasting ability. Okay, so this is how they do that. Not running this, but it's interesting to know. Crawling hit. Oh my god. Tiny undead evil. Yep. Let's see. Cyclopses. We're not looking to run a Cyclops. What the hell is this? Dark Mantle. Uh-huh. Interesting. Oh, this is from Shadowfell, that's why. Oh, dude, it's a Death Knight? Okay. Immortal until redeemed. The Death Knight can arise anew. Okay, that's kind of some cool art. I like that. Ooh, you're right, actually. That's a good idea, Hawkins. You know what? I'm writing that down. I am adding that in. That is a genius idea. Hold up. We're adding that one. That is a big brain play. There we go. All right. Like, now you're on it. I saw that, I'm like, you know, we're putting that in there. That's a good idea. Very good idea. You know, I didn't really know about that at Death Knight. When a paladin falls from grace without dying and seeking atonement, interesting. Always rise again, has eldritch power. Interesting. I didn't realize they had like such a expansive spell list, but I guess it makes sense since, you know, this is kind of a big deal. Reaction parry. Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay. I can kind of dig it. You know what? I'm gonna write this somewhere under special creatures. Maybe we'll have it as like an extra creature that is in the fortress or on the side somewhere. I'm just gonna write this down. Bonus? Question mark? Because why not? That sounds fun. Oh, the Demi-Lich, the classic. This... Okay. Demi-Liches are really cool. Essentially, it's a Lich, but, well, even surpassing that. They don't need a body. They're literally a floating head. However, they can do a number of different things. Let's see. Reminds you of Season 2, Raider from Rage of Bahamut. She's a Lich Necromancer whose hand acts like a little familiar. Yeah. Turn immunity. Yep, that makes sense. How... Demi-Liches are very interesting. They're basically like the big boss monster of a campaign that you would be using. Let's see. Actually, before we go into demons, let me pull up the table of contents real quick here. Let's see. Let's look at another one I wanted to pull up. Let's look at Sahuagin, because I do want to use some Sahuagin. These guys are going to be interesting because they're going to be like our sea folk equivalent. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to have. Let's see, we've already got merfolk. Well, we'll keep in mind on that. So Demi-Liches are either failed liches or one that's starved, right? It's more or less, how do I explain it? So you have your typical lich. A Demi-Lich is, I would say, kind of either a step up from that or like one that doesn't, is one that's starved. Yeah, they have no body. Let's see. Are tasty to gold dragons. Oh yeah, definitely. But it's more or less like they've surpassed the need for even like a body. They can do things like alter image of themselves. They can do there's a number of things. They're a very complicated creature, a very interesting high level type of undead. They typically have dungeons built around them. They more or less have like armies of minions. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. There's like a lot of very specific things with it. And more, I think it's like, do they even have phylacteries? I don't even remember. Maybe they've surpassed that. I don't know. Either way, it's like a very interesting grand scheme of thing. It's just ahead of the game, but all right, you got me. You got me. Let's see. All right, Sahuagin. I do want to put like a variety of these guys. Interesting. Okay, they're a little bit, okay, I was gonna say they're a little bit weaker, but they're not that bad. They have a lot of interesting abilities here. Wait, shark telepathy? Hold up. Yes, add sharks. And let me just go over here to Sahuagin. And yes, because we're gonna do that. That would be a really cool combo, actually. They get into a fight with like the Sahuagins, and then they can like use the sharks. Dude, all right, I just thought of the sickest encounter, dude. They're trying to go through like to get to the underwater fortress, and the Sahuagins come in like riding a shark or something. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so sick. Dude, you can just think about some crazy stuff they're gonna do. Okay, definitely works. Let's see, Blood Frenzy. They have advantage on melee attacks against creatures that don't have all of its hit points. Okay, that makes sense. Understandable. What else we got going here? Elven Enmity. Okay, so these are just different ways it could happen. See, gold dragons would enjoy eating them. They taste good and sub in seconds. Oh my god. Ooh, salamanders. Oh, that's actually really cool. Satyrs are interesting. Oh my god. Oh my. Whoa, that looks so cool, actually. Hold up. I've never seen this art. Spirit-powered constructs. Construct of nature. A scarecrow doesn't require air, water, food, or sleep. And the undead. Oh, you're right. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write that down. Giant undead shark skeleton. Perfect. Good idea. And we're gonna put yes, and yes, we're gonna use these. That is such a good idea. Oh my god. Definitely. Super awesome. Also, I cannot get over how good this scarecrow art is. It's so cool. I like that a lot. Let's see, shadows. I do want to put maybe one of these guys. These guys are at least interesting enough. We're gonna write that down on the side. I'll have at least one. Let's see. Okay, if the target dies, if its strength is reduced to 0. Okay, so that rule still applies. Not a hedgehog. No, of course not. Shambling mound. You know, it's funny. I almost use a shambling mound. Actually, wait, yeah, no. So, I did use a shambling mound in that campaign that I was talking about earlier, where they had the encounter by the lake. Originally, the shambling mound was going to be like the swamp, or like essentially the cult leader became sort of a heated man, where he ended up making ties with the Fae to sort of try and like release the wild hunt, because he was just sort of like upset and wanted to take vengeance on like the Elven Kingdom that was at the border. So it was like the idea of the shambling mound was supposed to be like the living growth, and like it was going to be undead too, because it was going to have the body of his daughter that was tossed into the lake. So it was to sort of be like that final nail in the coffin, to sort of be like one of these scary things, like it was pulled up by like the Fey lightning, or like the Fey magic, you know. Vengeance. Was his name Illidan? No. But there you go, it's a good idea. Let's see, shield guardian. Ooh, interesting. Oh, there they are, the good old skeletons. Good old skeletons. Understands all language in life, but it could not speak. Nah. Look, I'm gonna make some of these skeletons speak, because that's the fun part, okay? We don't always have to be all doom and gloom. Okay, Minotaur skeleton, though? Okay, that one kind of goes hard. Hold on. Let me just go over here. Skeletons. Yes. Make them speak. Let's see. Shambling mound with will-o-wisp. Since the will-o-wisps can use lightning attacks, and they can heal the mound. You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, music timing on that too. We scroll down to the giant frogs and it just starts playing this ominous music. You're right, the toads. Oh my god. Oh no! Not this art. They just kill your players, really now. How bad is it? Oh no, yeah, no, this just straight up kills them. The salads. I know, I read that as salad too. I was like, wait a minute. Interesting. Oh, the the death salad. Ridley Scott's gonna sue. Yeah, I know, right? Ooh, okay, here we go. Spectre. This was something else that we were thinking about. Let's see. Beyond Redemption. Undying Hatred. Dwellers of the Darkness. So we're probably gonna use this in the fortress. Spectre. We'll have this in that section. Sunlight sensitivity. I can give it a bandana and call it a pirate spectre. Oh, you bet. We'll definitely do something like that. Let's see. A variant. Ooh, a poltergeist variant. Okay, that's kind of cool. We can definitely mess around with that a little bit. Oh, they have things like sphinxes. Oh, damn. Very complicated. These sprites. The succubus and an incubus sharing the same stat block. Oh, and then there's the Tarrasque. The big old dinosaur. You know what? I'm gonna just write this somewhere in the background. I know we're not gonna use this, but you know, just in case for fun. I'm gonna write Tarrasque here on the side. We're not gonna use it. Trust me, we won't. But it'll be fun to have as a for later maybe thought of how would we do it. Do you want to use the Mecha Tarrasque idea? Look, maybe. Oh my god, it's the treant. Oh my god, the troglodyte looks scary. Chaotic evil. Actually, you know what? Hold on, we're gonna put that in the cave. Because the tree beard. Let's put the troglodyte. Did I spell that right? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Yes. Maybe inhabitant of the cave. Put that like that for now. Let's see. If you ever use a Tarrasque, you're teaching it hyper beam and aerial ace. Oh my god. Oh, it's actually convenient. Trolls are right here next to it too. Let's see. Large and chaotic. We'll have maybe a troll. Maybe. They certainly can. The trolls regenerate 10 hit points at the start of each round. If a troll takes acid or fire damage, it is now not doing that. A troll only dies if it starts its turn with 0 HP and doesn't regenerate. Yep. What the hell is this? That's a bug. Oh, right, unicorns. I forgot unicorns are so varied. Yep, that's a unicorn, alright. What else? Got vampires. The player character says vampires can be transformed into that. Okay. See the vampire's lair. Oh, and then of course it talks about Strahd. We're not going to be using vampire spawn though. We could probably reskin this actually. Let's see. Maybe reskin. I'm gonna write this down somewhere here. Maybe reskin a vampire spawn. Let's see. Hulk that can be seen in caves or the Underdark. I hear shouldn't can be used as armor. You know what? Oh, let's go back to that. I know we're jumping around, but look, what can I say? We're window shopping right now. Look, we can look at all of the pretty things in the catalog. Let's see. Actually, no, this would be a good idea. It could be an interesting sort of creature to put into the cave. Broke solid rock. It's as hard as steel. Can withstand cave-ins. Mine scramble. You know what? I'll put it on the list. We might not use it, but it could be at least very interesting to use. Oh, I think it's Umber, right? Is it? It is Umber, not Amber. Whoops. Umber Hulk. Put that there. Okay. Let's keep on going down. Let's see what else. What else? There we go. Water weird. Well, perfect timing. We were looking for some water elementals. Water weird is an elemental guardian bound to a specific water-filled location. I don't know why it's called weird, but yeah. What a weird watery guy. Got Morpha from the water temple. Let's see. Water weird. Such a weird name. I don't know why. Like, I'm just thinking about it and I'm like, okay. Sure. Water weird. Yes, invisible in water while fully immersed. Water bound, the water weird dies if it leaves the water it's bound to. Interesting. Okay. See it right. Oh man, it's the Darkspawn from Dragon Age. That's literally what they are. Life eaters. Let's see. Let's go back over here. Rights. Did we put rights here? The blight, it's back. I know, right? You know what? Hold on. We're gonna put it in here. Put right sailors on the ship. We'll put that. Will-Wisp. Don't think we'll need it. Oh my god. That's some cool art. The rates were undead commanders and the undead. Yeah, maybe. Possibly. From what I'm reading here, it looks like so the ghost ship would be haunting and attacking the town at night, is what I'm getting at, because a lot of these creatures seem to not really work in daylight. So we could probably do something like that where the town is haunted and prepares for battle every night, and maybe it's something like the cursed sailor or the dread pirate shows up and he attacks the village at night, stealing and pillaging, and you know, they just try to grab all the goods. They want all the gold, and eventually, well, we're gonna have to tie this back to our main plot for the villain, which is really dumb and kind of silly, which is to take over Mount Olympus, but we'll find a way to make it connect. Trust me, I'll figure that part out. But we can at least get some of the fun stuff. Let's see, Wyvern. Yeah, we'll put that. That'll be fine. That's a-okay with me. Or if the party checks the mountain. What the hell is that? It's a Zorn. A bizarre creature native to the elemental plane of Earth. Oh, so it's a rock monster? Huh. Elemental travelers. Possess the power of Earth Elemental. Zorn guides through stone and dirt. Wow. It goes through that as easy as a fish. Interesting. Wow, this is very weird. I was not expecting this. Keep a few gems in your pocket. A hungry Zorn is a helpful Zorn. Nice. Let's see. Zorn prefer to not leave their home plane whenever they're easy. They eat gemstones, precious metals. Scour the depths of the earth for metals and stones because they're unable to consume organic material. However, they ignore most other creatures. Interesting. Oh man, they're like mining bots in Minecraft that have X-ray. They just see where it is in the ground. They're like, I'm going for it. Zorns are awesome. You know what? Yeah, I can see that. So the undead pirate wise, in Warhammer, in Total War Warhammer, it has vampire pirates that sing sea shanties. Okay, that sounds awesome. That sounds really funny. Oh my god, it's a Yeti. It's not the wind howling. You know, I've never ran a Yeti. That could be something kind of fun for like a little one-off, cabin in the woods style type of thing. You want tea? Something, maybe a Yuan-Ti. You know what? I want a Yuan-Ti pirate. That's what I want. I want at least one Yuan-Ti pirate. We'll slip him in somewhere. Could be cool. Put one on the list. Twitch ads are evil, yeah. Let's see. Oh, okay, so I see there's like different variations. You want to see pure blood. I'm pretty sure you could also play as a UNT as a player, I think, right? I believe so. Wait a minute. See, Arcanoloth. Where is Arcanoloth? Hold on. Oh, it's a fiend. Oh, these are fiends. I'm like looking at this guy and I'm like, is he an Alamau? No, he's not an alien. Okay, whoops. Let's see. You love playing a UNT. They're fun. They're a fun race. They're also immune to poison and resistant to magic. Ah, okay. Yeah, that looks like it could be something fun. Let's see. Arcanoloth, Ultraloth. Let's see. Commands of... Oh, these are just commanders of the Blood War. Oh, this is talking more demon stuff. I guess we are in the demon section. Oh, no, I lied. Okay, never mind. We're back to zombies. Yo, Beholder zombie? Okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, zombies. I guess, well, that would be kind of the general. Welcome back, Hawken. Fiends are the main type with a subtype of either devil or demon. Right. Okay. Let's see. Zombies. Definitely, obviously, are on the list. Let's see. Miscellaneous creatures. You're just looking at that was... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, right. Miscellaneous creatures. Axe beak. Oh, well, that's convenient. We already just found it. Yeah. X beak. I think we put... Where is it? I'm still trying to iron out the setting. I think it'll be like a tropical island. I think we'll be doing, maybe, and maybe it's like it's got cliff sides. It's got like a little bit of a tropical environment. We'll do that for this. Let's see, Revenant, Hill Giant. I think we looked at a Manticore. If not, we can always, because I think we're at the end of this book. So worst case, we've got 5e tool here, so we can start doing our homework. Where is it? No idea. Undead seals, but you name him the Undead Cedar. You know what? Hold on, I'm writing that in. There we go. I'm writing that in. Oh wait. You know what? Yeah, you know what? No, that's fine there. I just had to like double check. There we go. It's funny, I had to like check the music. I was like, wait a minute, are we listening to Morrowind music? Okay. No, yeah, it is. This is apparently Elder Scrolls Online music. I had no idea. I would just have it on a shuffle, and it's just still going. I'm like, this sounds familiar. I'm like, I think I've heard this before somewhere. Let's see. Blink Dog. Nah. Black Bear, Badger. Okay, so these are like a little more generic entries. Things like a wolf. Ah, yes, crab. Hold on, I have to... Obviously, we're putting crab. The undead gorillas with 4 arms called a gorillion. Oh my god. Hold on, where is it? Crab. We're gonna make a giant crab. I just want a giant crab in here. We'll find a way. Let's see. Constrictor snake. Death dog. Whoa, that kind of looks sick. Let's see, dire wolf. Sure. Let me just slip the dire part in here. Easy. Flying snake. It's flyby attacks. Brightly colored winged serpent in remote jungles. See, tribe people and cultists find it. The natural enemy of displacer beasts, and they're created to hunt them down. Oh, I see. Wait, hold on. It has giant creatures here. Is there going to be the giant crab? Hold on. Yes, there is giant crab. All right, hold up. I'm sorry, I got hype. I got hype about giant crab. Hold up. Where's our giant crab? Beach and sea. Giant crab. I'm just gonna write down the page here because it's like way at the bottom and it's not like anywhere else. Look, we gotta have our giant crab. It's gotta be funny. What else we got? Oh my god, it's a giant beetle. Let's see. Octopus. Actually, yeah, I mean we did have that as one of the creatures it could encounter, so we'll probably put that when it comes to like some of the other sea creatures. So octopus, because at least that is fairly easy to sort of add in. These are just like I think like another bunch of like a generic creature. Hey, there it is, giant shark. Perfect. One of your players has a magical necklace that summons 4 giant crabs that act like the TMNT. I love it. I love it. No, it's okay. So it's funny. So remember how I talked about in my first campaign, there was the lizard men that live in the sewers of the Empire. So I actually had it where the party fought like a group of them that were hilarious because they were basically acting like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but one of them got killed in a early on encounter in the sewers, and they ended up fighting one of the brothers towards the end of it. And the brother, I gave him a unique ability that he just gets angrier and angrier, where his AC will keep on going down, but his hit bonus will keep going up. So it's like at one point it's like he had like no AC, but at the same time he's like 100% going to hit you back. So it ended up becoming a very interesting encounter because like the longer it went on and the more they were focusing him, the more dangerous he got to sort of retaliate with them. And it's interesting because that was like kind of like my first real like custom type encounter that I worked with. So, you know, you get some interesting little bits and pieces there. I think these are just, yeah, these are just like more generic. Oh my god, the armored dog looks so cool. That's great. I love that. I was not expecting to see the armored mastiff. That's great. Awesome. What else we got? Okay, there it is. Stuff like face spider. Oh my god, look at that. Let's see. What else? What else? Oh, quippers are just piranhas. Oh. Oh, okay. You know what? Then we're adding that. We'll find somewhere to put it. Good old fish. We need some killer fish. Okay, I'm not a fan of swarms, but I will do maybe a swarm of quippers. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. Make it a swarm. Not a big fan of swarms because I don't like fighting them. But running one though? Maybe. I wouldn't mind. My players are not going to enjoy that one. Oh man. Let's see. Unplayable characters. Okay, so this would be like making... Oh, okay, this is actually helpful. Cultist bandits and other things. That's good. I appreciate that they at least have this here for you to make your own. Or you could use this as a base and then add in your own. I like that. So is it mostly a jungle area? As far as I've sort of put together, I think it'll be more like there is a jungle around the mountain range. There is a plains and a highland, as there are some cliffs, but It's mostly like a tropical-ish island climate. We could sort of go with that. I think that's what we'll do. I know we didn't narrow it down specifically, but I think if we just call it that, have it as an island, I think it'll be fair enough for this little campaign that we're putting together. Because I don't want it to be too big. Don't want it to be too little. A bunch of giant frogs that try to swallow up the player during a long rest. Yeah, of course. Well, you know what? Let me write this down. I'm going to put this here. Let's see. This is appendix page. Appendix B. Page 342. Appendix for NPCs. Because that could be something useful to take a look at a little later. Okay, what else? Cultists, some commoners. We could probably do some cultists. Definitely want some like fighters and explorers. Maybe some other people that are out and about trying to like do stuff. You know, do want to have some like tribal fighters. See giant frogs with small frog people following them. It's funny because in the campaign that I'm playing right now with my friends, that's exactly what happened in our session on over the weekend, where we came across a group of bullywugs, and they have their village there in the swamp, and we ended up working to help them fight a goblin army that's being led by hobgoblins. So there you go. It's funny how it all kind of comes back together. What can I say? Oh, man. Let me just stretch real quick. Oh, man. Okay. I do like that some of these are kind of pre-made already, like Tribal Warrior. That's going to be useful. We could probably create something else. Oh, it has pack tactics. Nice. I think it'll be kind of interesting because I didn't really... Or what's the word I'm looking for? This will be like my first time making a creature in 5e. So maybe we will take a look at that later. Oh wow, we actually read through the whole thing. Cool, sick. So maybe that'll be something we'll do a little later, because I haven't actually made a creature in 5e. And we do have some stuff here that we can use as a base, but I think what we'll do is we'll probably take a look through like 5e tools in a sec. So we can take a look at maybe some more variety, because the book itself, I think this is like, this is Sponsor Manual 1 for 5th edition. When did this come out? It's probably old. It's like at least 10 years old, to be honest. So let's say, now that we looked at that, let's jump over to here. Welcome to 5e Tools, if you haven't used it before. This is basically the database where you can like look things up. And in here, we can kind of look up a bunch of different types of creatures, and then we can pull up their entry here and take a look at it. Super helpful if you're building a campaign. I wish there was a website that was this good for D&D 3.5, because any sites that are this good for 3.5 usually have been taken down or are just in disrepair, to be honest. Like I know there's like, I think one website which is like good for browsing like spells, but the filters like never work, and you know, is what it is. Let me see. Another site that I like to use. One second. You cast mend but crack. Another site that I like to use is like if you're making a campaign for like Pathfinder, like 1st edition, this is another good one. I typically like using this for if you're doing a Pathfinder campaign. This is like my go-to bread and butter. It has all the sources together, and you can just like find stuff together. But that's besides the point. That's something different. Let's see. Highly recommend Flea Mortals as a mixed monster creation, and much more enjoyable, and has some really awesome variety. Yeah, like that's the other thing too. Like when it comes to like 5th edition, a lot of like third-party books are usually really good at a lot of these things, because a lot of the vanilla creatures that you encounter kind of hit and miss, I'm gonna be honest. Either that, or it's like sometimes you need to make some adjustments. It kind of depends on really what you're looking for when it comes to certain campaigns and what you're looking to make. But you know, these are kind of things you need to account for. You know what I mean? You know, not every creature is going to work for every campaign, and there are going to be cases where we're going to need to adjust some creatures. So, example, like, for example, the Rights. We're going to change what equipment they have to make them more like sailors. We're going to maybe give all the pirates a unique ability that sort of fits them being a sailor or something like that. You know, jungle goblins, you know, you bet. That's why we got them. We're going to have the jungle goblin tribes. We're going to have some stuff. You know, we'll figure it out. We'll make something cool. But, you know what I mean? That's kind of where we're at. So before we sort of jump into a lot of that, see the introduction of the villain actions, maybe completely remove legendary resistance. Really interesting. I guess that's something. Okay, now I have a question for you, Kristnik, because we've taken a look at the player manual, we've taken a look at the dungeon manual, or for the DM's guide, we've taken a look at the monster manual. Where the hell are things like layer actions and like these other specific things? Because I don't think we've actually seen that. Is that in Tasha's Cauldron? Because if it is, we could probably pull that up and I could take a look at that real quick, because I have no idea where some of these like additional features come from. So I figured I may as well take a look, right? But yeah, before we sort of start digging, there are monster stat blocks. Okay. Yeah, because we did see some things like recharge and certain other things. Like, I thought some of these were just like feats that are also on there, but I guess some of them have it, but maybe not all of it. I know like the Demi-Lich page, when we took a look at that, it definitely had a lot talking about like the layer specific. I guess, you know what, maybe we can like jump back over here to table of contents real quick. Where is it? Demi-Lich. Well, we can look at Lich. There you go, the regular old version, but let's see. There we go, Lich's Lair. All right, there we go. Lich's Lair, layer actions. On initiative count 20, losing initiative ties. See, the Lich can take a layer action which causes one of the following magical effects. Okay, got it. I see. Okay, so you can make some of these layer actions already. It's funny because a lot of the time in like older D&D, you just kind of homebrew these things, but no, I do like that they include this in some of these stat blocks available already, because now it gives you the idea on what to do. You ever need a basic map for dungeons? He just uses the maps for malls as references. Ooh, you know, you're not wrong, actually. That's I'm gonna remember that one. That could be kind of funny to use at one point and see if anyone kind of recognizes that. That could be a good idea. Yeah. Okay. All right. No, you're right. You're totally right. Oh, also, yeah, the lizard folk. Okay, cool. We've got that. It's funny. I didn't realize it's stat blocked for like literally all right here. Okay. I see. Okay, well, at least now we understand how that works. We know we can do these specific things. We can like write up some layer action. All right. Not bad, not bad. I guess before we do that, welcome to the dungeon of the New York Mall. I mean, New Jersey. We were like, we're at the Mall of America. I mean, the Dwarven Fortress of Economics. Yep. Okay. The Mega Dungeon Mall of America. Oh my god, I could just imagine that. Dude, that cyberpunk dungeon's gonna go crazy. Oh man. The Tarrasques are us. No. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break. And then we're going to take a look at some more stuff. We're going to probably take a look through 5e tools since it's easier to search through it. And then we'll write up a little bit more of a list. I mean, the villain always somehow comes an allegory for capitalism. I mean, hey, in this case, maybe. I mean, it's a pirate. He's doing piratey things, but at the end of the day, he wants money. Although I don't know how we're going to make him cause a natural disaster and want Mount Olympus. We'll figure that part out, okay? So, all right. Be right back. 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna just quickly transition to the AFK screen, play some music, and I'll be right back in a second. Where is it? There it is. All right. Be right back quick. Let me transition us back over here. Hey. Let's see. Let's just say that let's see, it's made out of gold with gems, and he believes it or not. It's undeath. See, that angers the Sahuagin goddess Eris by stealing her offering from the Sahuagin. Okay, okay. So there are some other details we do have to work out. And the other details that we need to work out is we need another big bad. And it's funny because let me just switch from our list here over to our campaign list. Where is it? Did I close it? Oh, I didn't close it. I may have closed it. Wait, did I? No. Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh, it's... I see. It's just not being shown. Okay, well. Anyways. Let me see. Yeah, so if we take a look, well, it's not on screen, but I'll read it out. In our campaign setting, we did take an effort to work on a couple of things. There are some major events that we need to happen. Things like the villain's scheme needs to be to trigger mayhem and somehow cause a natural disaster. We know that we want to make it so that they're trying to sort of capture or obtain Mount Olympus. I know, as ridiculous as that sounds. Their methods of murder are drowning, and we came up with the idea of that, okay, maybe Poseidon is dead, they killed Poseidon. The villain's curse, or the villain's weakness, is weakened by the presence of a particular artifact. So we can come up with something like that, since there's a dungeon, and more in particular, it's going to be where they're holding the daughter of Poseidon. I know, there's a lot of very crazy shit that we rolled up. That's typically, we can have it that maybe she has the specific artifact in question. Maybe the party finds it down there or something like that. So we still need to come up with something, because the twist that we ended up rolling was that a bigger, badder villain shows up at the end, destroying our old villain and creating a new situation. That, and secretly, the party accomplishing their goals has done nothing but to help further his goal. So we can maybe make it a situation where them taking care of the ghost pirate only makes it so now there's no opposition for them to go and take over Mount Olympus. So we could actually have it where the undead person, who's our ghost captain of the crew, is basically in charge. They're trying to figure it all out, and we can come up with a situation where, say they do stop him or they help redeem him. In that redemption, it could be that the big bad villain shows up and just sort of dusts him, gets him out of the situation. He's gone. And then now it's the party trying to deal with him before they trigger the natural disaster, where we could say maybe he's going to try to start a flood that floods the whole island, or maybe to either sink it, or Mount Olympus, which for some reason is there on that island. We'll just call it another mountain, or give it the name or something. We'll figure that out. And maybe the mountain's a volcano and it's going to explode, something like that. You know what I mean? We could try to figure it out, but I don't think we should do the volcano idea, because that would contrast a lot of the themes of what we ended up rolling for the setting, which was mostly to make it like an underwater themed campaign, you know? So there you go. What else? I think we've got that. I think we need to figure out now, what do we want to use as a big thing? I guess, well, you said gold dragons, so let me take a look. I'm kind of curious. Could be a Pirates of the Caribbean situation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We could do something like that. Yeah. We could either do that. I was thinking I want to include a dragon somehow, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, to be honest. Well, maybe we can figure something out, but it might be a little bit too much. Oh, nice. I do like the layer actions are listed in here. Thank you, 5e Tools, for being very convenient. Let's take a look at like undead. We have the Lich, we've got that. We have its layer actions layered out here. That's a good idea. We could do some sort of Pirates of the Caribbean type idea. Oh my god. The Vampirates? No, hold up. They already have this in here? Interesting. Spider climb. Energy drain, kind of cold. Well, maybe we could do that. We're like the first mate. A dragon turtle. You know what? Hold on. Let me look that up. Dragon turtle. Let's see. How big is this? Okay, gargantuan dragon. Okay, interesting. Primordial Algonquin. Multi-attack, bite attack, tail attack, steam breath. Ooh. Maybe. You know what? We're gonna put that on our list here. Let's see. The island's not gonna blow up by goblins fighting in a giant magma turtle, is it? Points at Kazan music. Yeah, I know, right? The timing of the music is perfect on that too. I mean, look, you know, it's probably because the mountain drank too much Coca-Cola and it's just, you know, having a little bit of an oopsie. It's spilling out. Hey, you never know. Oh, man. Look, I'm a sucker. I love the goblin music. I think it's great. Okay. Definitely Dragon Turtle. We're putting that on the list. That's cool. Let's see. I think we looked at Ghast. Damn, now that's... that's some art. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, maybe not a Ghast. I think we'll keep with rights, though. We do need some, like, actual regular old ghosts. So I'm gonna just put this instead. Regular ghosts are a yes. Yes, we're gonna go with pirate. For this. A giant life-sized science volcano, of course. It's like the ones that you would see at like science fair when you were a kid. Or like, I don't know. Do they even still do science fair? What am I talking about? Let's see. Pirates. Pirate captain. Attacking. Town. Oh no, it's gonna explode! The vinegar goes everywhere! No! Oh my god. I love that. That's so good. Let's see. What else? Gallows speaker. Oh damn, that's a sick art. What is a false lich? I don't think I've ever seen that. Interesting. You fools, you've doomed us all! No! Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, actually, yeah, I do need some dwarven skeletons. Let me just slip that in here. Because what we ended up rolling, so the underwater fortress was actually made by dwarves. So we are going to need some sort of dwarven skeletons. Dude, I love Dullahans. I really, look, Dullahans are like one of my favorite type of creature. They're an interesting one. Maybe some goblins too. Yeah, you know what? You're right. We'll throw some goblins in. I'm sure there's like goblin skeletons. What do we got here? Boneless. Oh no, it's horrifying. Not the boneless. The Death Knight Aspirin. Demolich. That looks so funny, I don't know why. Do they have dinosaur skeleton? Hell yeah. Let's see. I do want to... Okay, I'm putting this down here as a random maybe. Because I love Dullahans. See, the monster was once a wizard that became obsessed with the pursuit of knowledge and morphing them into a honey or a mono-eyed monster. Let's see. Ground Master. Yeah, actually, these would be really good. These drowned creatures. Ghost of Saltmarsh. I've never seen that book before. Interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write that down. That could be really good to give the pirates a little bit more flavor. So we'll have some of them as skeletons, and some of them could be like this type of drowned creatures. You know what? I'm gonna put that down here. Hold on. That's a good idea. Let's see, drowned master. Okay. GOS for more of these undead. Okay. I think that's a good idea. Let's see, you said Nothic. What is this? Oh, damn. Let's see, multi-attacks, Rotting Gaze. Let's see, one creature, if it fails, oh my god. Okay. Failure equals taking 5d6 of necrotic damage. Okay. Could be, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Could be interesting. A Mind Flayer Nothic? Oh my god, that's just diabolical. Interesting. Huh. Maybe. I don't know if we would end up using it, but I do like the idea of a Nothic. Probably might use it in another campaign, if anything. Okay, let's see. You know what? Hold on. Can we filter specifically for GOS? Oh, whoops. I am taking books out. Where is it? Oh, okay. So we were looking at the 2014 Monster Manual. I didn't realize there was like an updated. Oh, well, I should have kind of expected that. The updated Monster Manual that came out. You know what? Hold on. If we go by source. Let's see. 2024 book. You know what? I'm kind of curious. What does 2024 got? Ghostly, Putrid, Skeletal. Meh. It's okay. Let's see. Beast of the Land. Beast of the Sea. What is Beast of the Sea? Understands any knowledge that you know. Beast Strike. Melee attack. Roll your BAB. Interesting. I guess that's like a new type of animal companion. Wait, hold up. Goblin Psionic Commander? Okay. Alright. That is Psionic Brawler. Okay. Look, man, what can I say? I'm a fan of, like, absolutely ridiculous creatures. Let's see, what else? Necromancer Wizard. Okay, these are just, like, more humanoid. I do like that they do have some of these pre-made in books already, because a lot of the time, so, like, my problem is, my first time that I made a campaign, I had no idea how to like search up creatures. So because like the problem is you don't know what CR to use, you don't know how tough a monster can be. So a lot of like the mistakes you make are just you maybe use the monster that's too strong, you maybe use something that's a little too weak, you know what I mean? It's situations like that. What is this? A sea spawn. All right, we're putting that in. We're slapping that in. Sea spawn, a deep dragon. Okay. Take a look at that. Don't mind me, we're perusing. What we're doing here is what we call in the ye old days, we're window shopping, you know? That's a cool looking thing. Let me see if... Oh, this is Monster Manual 2025. Okay, so these are the new variations of these. Okay, at least it looks like most of it is about the same, I think. At least it seems that way. Let's see, let's keep on going. Okay, these are what I was kind of curious about. Skeletal Swarm. Yeah, the Ghost of Salt Marsh is pretty good. Really? Okay, alright. There's even like some pirates. Oh, there's actual stat blocks for living pirates. Okay, yeah, definitely. What is this book again? Alright, Ghost of Salt Marsh. Is it Salt Marsh or Salt Marsh? Salt Marsh, not March. There we go. Has stat blocks. Some pirates. We'll keep that as a note. Okay, let's see. Let's check a Deep Dragon, and then we'll check out Zugtamoy. Let's see what we got here. Deep Dragon. Ooh, it's a young Deep Dragon. Let's see. Let's go with like Wormling. Okay, not too big. Customizing a dragon. Customize any dragon stat block to reflect the unique character. Yeah. Flyby attacks, mimicry, rejuvenation, senses, tunneler. Nightmare breath. Cloud of spores. Okay, DC change on a fail. Take 1d10 psychic damage and be frightened. Okay, so what if we just make it like an adult Deep Dragon? What do we got here? Let's see. Regular bite, claw, tail, change shape, nightmare breath. What legendary actions? Releases spores around the creature within 30 feet. It can see. Target must make a DC saving, wisdom, or use its reaction. Huh. Let's see. Tail attack, spore salvo. Really? Dragon released poisonous spores around the creature within 30 feet of those can see. DC 16 con save, or take 5d6 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. Okay. Oh, I see. I see how you would do this. And then the layer actions. Okay. Regional effects. Got it. Got it. Alright, that's not bad. And how tough is it? It's got 17 AC, typically neutral evil, huge dragon. We'll put it on a list. Maybe. Because I would like to, but I don't know how we'll do it. We'll see. Because again, it might be a little bit too tough of an AC check. Or not an AC check, a CR check for creatures. Alright, let's see about your boy. Alright, what we got? Oh my god, 23 CR? I bet. See, large fiend, chaotic evil. Okay. Let's see. She can choose to do that. Okay. Multi-attack. Attacks with 3 pseudopod attacks. Melee weapon. Okay. Spellcasting. Okay. 7 to the border of the ethereal plane where it overlaps with your curved lane. Okay. Spore infestation. Okay, I see. It's funny, this does kind of remind me a bit about the Deep Dragon, but like on a lot more of a dangerous scale. Because of like all of the spore infestation. Except the saves on this are like way higher and a lot more of an interesting creature, to be honest. If the creature dies, it's reanimated as a spore servant. Oh my god. A myconid spore servant. Oh. I see. Okay, mind control. Interesting. Rally the plants, summon fungi, leash spores, and it has mind control, etc. See, if it dies, one of these effects will fade over the course of 1d10 days. Corrupt nature, 6 miles within the layer, all medicine and wisdom survival checks have a disadvantage. Let's see, infestation, Mutating vegetation. Interesting. Very, very interesting creature. Huh. I didn't even know that was a thing. Wait, what are all these other ones? The Bridesmaid? Fungal Stry, the Chamberlain. Interesting, so it's got like a whole bunch of other set pieces with it. See the Myconoids, Monster Manual entry. Ah, I see. Okay. I get how that is. Okay. The Mad Golem. Oh, he don't look happy. He's got the frown. Vampiric Mind Flayer? No way, dude. A Vampire Mind Flayer? Dude. That just sounds so annoying. Oh my god. Okay, well, it looks like we've got a lot of that. What else? Are there any other, like, unique things we might want to add? Oh my god, the Bagman. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Alien Mind. If a creature tries to read the mind of the Bagman, it must succeed on an intelligence check DC 8 or be stunned for 1 minute. The creature repeat the saving throw at the end of each round. Amorphous. Oh damn. This is a grappler. Oh no. It regenerates. Look, man. I the only thing I've seen of the Bagman was oh my god, was it Creature of the Week where he featured Bagman? That was cool. Let's see what else. What else? We gotta see. Assassin Vine. Yeah. Entangling Vines is always gonna be a pain in the ass. Doesn't really matter what edition. Oh, the Sea Lion. Oh man. Nah. Some Nereids. Maybe. What else do we got? Yo, Giant Skeleton. Okay, that arc goes hard though. Let's see. The aspect of Tiamat introduces a new boss ability for boss monsters called Mythic Actions. Oh. Okay. You know what? I think we might take a look at that in a second. Reduced Threat Wyvern. I guess, you know, the nerfed version. Well, I appreciate it that they created that, you know, in case you wanted to run these powerful creatures but didn't want to kill your party. Huge giant crab. I love it. Perfect. Let's see. Bugbear. The Gargantuan Rug of Smothering. You know, I don't know why or where, but you know what? I like it. Let's see. Juvenile Mimic. Oh, it's a little box. Let's see. The Reflection. Oh my god, I'm just gonna choke you out. Kind of like a doppelganger. Let's see. The Adult Red Dracolage. Oh my god, this thing looks sick. Rightful Presence is basically an undead dragon. Does have legendary actions. Hold on. Let me look up that creature that you mentioned though. What was it? The aspect of Tiamat. Oh my god, CR30. Jesus Christ. That's cool. Alright. What do we got here? Legendary actions of mythic actions. Let's see. If the aspect of the Chromatic Wraith has activated within the last hour, she can use the options below as a legendary action. Oh, so these are like conditional legendary actions. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can make actually a really cool encounter based around something like that. Let's see. Hurl through Avernus. Cost 2. Let's see. The aspects changed. Let's see. The aspect targets a creature she's grappling. The creature must succeed a DC 20 or 25 charisma saving throw or take 44 8d10 of damage, and be banished to Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells. At the start of the next aspect's turn, the creature reappears in an unoccupied space within 10 feet. Oh my god, Jesus. That's crazy. Chromatic Flare costs 3 actions. Let's see, the aspect flares with elemental energy. Each creature of the aspect's choice within 60-foot radius sphere centered on her must make a dexterity DC 27 saving throw, or on failed take 36 or 39 or 60-12 damage of a chosen type of the aspect: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison. Damn. Okay. No, I kind of like that. Let me see. There's one for Bahamut too. Let's see. Does he have any of these? Oh, he does. Let's see. Oh my god. Stormwind jump scare. Holy shit. That got me. Holy shit. All right. I'm awake. I'm awake, everybody. Okay. Celestial Shield. Let's see. Playing a bugbear can be fun, having 10 additional reach with a polearm and 10 additional polearm master and sentinel. Oh yeah, it sounds like they're gonna basically, you're gonna be playing keep away, like to an extreme degree, you know? Okay. Interesting. Well, I think we've mostly got what we wanted. I guess now, what else would we do? We're gonna get into making custom monsters, and I think I'll hold off on that till a little later, mostly because I do want to get into making custom monsters and like talking about homebrew, but I want to wait till we've got my friend Kombucha on board for that, because him and I have made like a bunch of custom monsters, and I think it'll be a lot more of an interesting sort of discussion if we did that. And then like I'll pull up some of the custom monsters from my old campaigns, and we'll sort of do a little show and tell, talk about what they do a little bit more, because you know, sometimes I kind of want to be a little bit more open into that discussion, because, you know, I mean, we're just kind of cataloging, we're kind of looking through what we got. What else? What is this? Elemental spirits. Oh, okay. You're right, you're right. You know what? Let me drink some water. Good call. Oh, whoops. What is this book? Let's see. Oh. Lord Kanan presents Monsters of the Multiverse. What else? What are some other... Interesting. Steel Predator. Interesting. Bro, the Skull Lord? Okay, hold up. That's kind of a cool looking creature. Oh, he has legendary actions. He has Deathly Ray. See, Summon Undead, cost 2 actions. Legendary action uses 3 immediately after that. Yep. Okay. Doable. Skulk. Interesting. Fallible invisibility. The Shulk is invisible and can be circumvented by 3 things: charnel candles, children, or reflective surfaces. Trackless. Children under age 10 or age 10 or below can see through his invisibility. Interesting. So he's kind of like a boogeyman. Understands common but can't speak. Chaotic neutral. Interesting. That's kind of a interesting creature. You could probably write a story on it. Let's see. I think we already put Sea Spawn down. Yeah. Let's see. What else? Now I'm just kind of like, now that we've got the big master list here, you know, we can kind of look at something silly. We could just go through like categorizing. Do I have any favorite homebrewed creatures? Let me think. I know there's like the popular ones that people talk about. Like I think it's like what, the false hydra. The false hydra is a very interesting creature that people have put together. Although it's a very difficult thing because it doesn't really have a stat block. Well, at least in the original concept. I know people have given it stat blocks, and I think that that's really cool. I would say it's a very cool creature, but it can be very difficult to run effectively. Mostly because it requires a lot of understanding of how to sort of, go back and forth. And yeah, now the story to work with, oh yeah. It's like, I think it's a very cool creature, and I like it because if you want to write a very interesting horror scenario, you totally can. And it leads to like a very interesting case with the party where they need to, well, first off, not metagame. That's the other thing, okay? My other issue with it is it requires a party that would be willing to sort of work out the details and really sit down and role play it out, because it's going to take a lot to try and not metagame it, I'll tell you that much. What else? Aside of that, it's like I've made a couple of homebrew creatures before, which are kind of just simple stuff that I've used in like one-off campaigns. Like I know I've made like some homebrew, I guess what I could say is one campaign that we ran, which was really funny. Yeah, you explained how you're using one of your... Yeah, actually you did explain that, Kruznek. I remember you brought it up, I think on like, was it the last stream or maybe it was before that, but yeah, I remember you did bring up saying that you were using a false hydra, that it was like feeding people to it. Or was it like the court wizard or something like that? I don't remember something specific you brought up about it, but I do remember you telling me that you were using it. It's funny though, like I'm thinking, what other homebrew creatures have I used? I know a lot of people would like check places like D&D Beyond and stuff, but I haven't really even looked there. Most of the time that I've had to homebrew a creature, I think my favorite homebrew creature that I've used was the golden golem, or like the construct that's literally made out of like treasure. I think that was a fun one, where it just spouts gold coins and like throws a bunch of like piles of treasure around. I think so. It was within that first like campaign one shot that I ran, where we had the golden golem, where it was like they have to raid the vault of some noble, and they got in, and when they found it, they were like, "Oh, there's some people here." But they got up to them and they saw that their face had turned to gold and their eyes had turned into gems, and it turns out it was like a golden mimic there, or something that was using the all that stuff. Fun fact, the golden golem is a boss. Oh, hell yeah, dude. So it was like, I basically did something like that, where it's like, okay, it has a core, and they had to keep on, like, I think one of the wizards was using shatter to like blow away its like chest plate to like reveal its core. And the idea was like, oh, okay, so it starts turning into like this golden coin monster, and it got really funny. So I was like, okay, it's just gonna throw a bunch of gold at people. And I told them, I'm like, okay, here's what you're gonna do. You are gonna either give me a reflex save to dodge it, or you're going to give me a sleight of hand check. And they're like, a sleight of hand check? And I said, yes, give me a sleight of hand check. And he gave me a sleight of hand check and he passed. And he's like, I don't even have attack. That's okay, just try it. And he caught the gold and threw at him, and I'm like, congrats, you got 5 more gold. And it turned into, once they realized, wait a minute, we can deal some damage by stealing the gold off this golem, they just started, trying to steal some of the money off it. And I'm like, you can do that a little bit, but not too much. So it ended up with a funny case where it's like, every time the gargantuan would like throw some gold or like molten gold at him, it would just like spawn a bunch of little piles of treasure that would start trying to eat them. But it was really funny. So it would just like spout coins at people, and like it just was like a hilarious mess by the end, where they're like, oh my god, there's so many of these little things that are just going around shooting you with coins. Very simple, but it was a fun encounter. I guess that was like one of my favorite times I've used like a homebrew creature before. Something like that. Let's see. So when players left the campaign, there's a villain that captured them and have them chained to the thing next to the false hydra. Right. Yeah, no, that's a really interesting thing. So if the players ever come back, they would be released and the world would remember them again. What was the core made of? Could it be hit with some? So I think I made the core like some shadowy gem or something that the noble was hiding, and it just ended up being the core of that creature. And it was like it acted in defense and pulled all the treasure around in the pile to like form its body, and like that was sort of the idea I went with, where it was like, okay, it's going to use that as like a defense mechanism. So they kept on trying to shatter the core, but the core itself, the crystal couldn't break. They've tried, like even afterwards when they returned back to their tavern, they tried to like crack it in half and it just refused. It rather would break the table than crack in half. So at least they weakened it to some sort of state before they were going to be able to have some sort of wizard take a better look or a closer look at it, because it needed some sort of specialist beyond what they had. Unfortunately, we didn't really get... we did a bit more of that campaign, but we ultimately kind of had to call it off because that was like my first campaign, so it kind of got to a point where the campaign was a lot for me to try and run on my own. Toss that idea. Aw. But yeah, it kind of turned into like one of those big type of things that it just kind of became a lot, where I ended up having to just back off, and I was like, okay, you know what, that's good enough for now. Let's see, use electricity to conduct it into the core. You know, that's not a bad idea, and you know, I'm kind of surprised I didn't try that. I totally would have let that fly. Totally could have been a good idea. See what, you know what, hold on, I'm kind of curious. All right, now that we kind of got all the stuff that we need, let's have some fun. Let's take a look at some, like, I want to see some like really high CR monsters just for fun. What do we got? Okay, these are unknown. Do we start with the unknown or we start at the 30? What's some fun monsters we can look at? I'm kind of down to look at some goofy stuff. Want to get some ideas by looking at like some ridiculously high stuff. Let's see. So when the OGL situation happened, your artist created a homebrew NPC named Brother Haas, inspired by the brothers who created Hasbro. It has a bunch of references to Hasbro IP. It was fueled by gold. That's genius. That's so funny. That is really good. Oh, they gave it legendary actions because it wasn't in the original one. Let's see, Onslaught, the Trask moves up to half its speed, makes one claw or one tail attack, world-shaking movement that speeds up, and at the end of its movement, it creates an instantaneous shockwave in a 60-foot emanating from its core. Habitat urban. How the hell is a Trask in an urban environment? What the hell? Let's see, aspect of Tiamat, Bahamut we looked at. Let's see, what is Shulkatash? Mechanic Blast. Let's see, it's a large fiend. Makes two attacks with her arcane blast, one with her magic staff. Consume magic. Well, if you eat the environment, you can make it urban. Yeah, true, very true. Let's see. What a good horror movie monster. Look at the Sorrowsworn. You know what? Alright. Let's see. Sorrowsworn. Let's see. Oh my god, holy shit. Sorrowsworn lost. Embrace. Let's see, make a melee weapon attack. Your target is grappled. It's also dealing... Let's see. If there's a medium or small creature until the grapple ends. Target is frightened. Let's see, deal psychic damage at the end of each turn. Oh my god, tightening embrace. Oh my god. Dude. We got the Redeads at home. Holy shit. The Lonely Sorrowsworn. Psychic Leech. Ooh. Thrives on company. A Sorrowsworn has advantage if the attack is, well, it's within 30 feet of two other creatures. Harpoon arm. Okay, so there's a lot of just like grappling and stuff here. Coastal deserts. Interesting. Pulls toward. Oh my god. Yeah, this is kind of horror. Oh, images. We got some more. Oh my god. Holy shit. All right, hold up. Okay, we got the tater tots. Ooh. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. I don't like that one. That's a little spoopy. Oh, interesting. We do get some more info here. Creatures that lurk in the Shadowfell, but need the companionship is never manifested more dramatically than its loneliness. Harpoon arm. Stress. Jeez. Ooh. Oh my god. Alright. Let's see, and this is the more dangerous one. Life Hunger. If a creature within 60 feet of the Starsworn regains HP, it gains 2 benefits to the end of the round. It has 2 advantages. Oh. Whoa, the bite deals an extra. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. Just give him a Snickers, yo, true. Look, you're not you when you're hungry. Oh my god. Let's see, whatever's necessary to sate their appetite, these greedy devourers stuff their maws with flesh and drink the victim's screams. When they finish, they lurch away while their bright eyes resume searching for something else to consume. Alright, let's see, what about the Angry Sorrowsworn? Alright, this is the highest CR one. You know, if you worked around, you can make him a knight. You know what? Kind of, yeah. Like a more monstrous type of creature. That would be, You know, I'm gonna write that down too. We can maybe do something with that. Let me just write that down. Let's put that. Sorrowsworn. Boy, stop stealing my ideas. I mean, thank you. You know, that's not a bad idea though. Yeah, we could try to rework it into something like that. Okay. Huh. Rising Anger. If another creature deals damage to the Sorrowsworn, they have advantage until the end of the round. If it's the first time, deal extra psychic damage. It's interesting. It does deal a lot of psychic damage overall. Okay. Let's see, what other goofy stuff do we got here? Let's see, we got the worms. Scion of Stromus. Cool. Let's see. Vengeful Storm. Oh, it's literally just a... Oh my god, it's a psionic cloud. Acid Rain, the cloud, see that. Freezing Storm. Let's see. You had a good horror moment with the Lonely One. You had it huddle in a corner mumbling as the player walked up to it and turned around screeching in horror as the 2 others dropped down from the ceiling below. Oh my god. Ever notice players never look up? Yeah, you're absolutely correct. They never do. That is absolutely correct. Let's see, what other things we got on here? Let's see, Zariel. Orcus. You know, it's funny. I've heard of Orcus so much because I know Matt Colville talks about Orcus a lot, especially when he talks about like older running the game episodes. So he's like, he always talks about like was it the Cult of Orcus or something like that, like from an older campaign. But interesting. Let's see what else. What's something fun? Construct, the Inevitable. Oh, that's a really cool looking creature. Because now we're just like looking for fun stuff right now, since we kind of got everything that we do want. So now we're just chilling. We're just having fun looking at creatures. Oh boy, there's Baphomet. Huge fiend. He's huge, dude. Labyrinthine Recoil or Recall. Can perfectly recall any path he has traveled. He is immune to the mace spell. Yeah, I would assume so. Just saying. Let's see. Ariel. Blob of Annihilation? Gargantuan Titan Ooze. Astral Implosion. If the blob is reduced to 0 hit points, it implodes and ejects. Oh my god. Wait, it implodes and ejects every creature and object engulfed into the astral sea. The blob itself vanishes behind the layer of slime. Oh my god. In 1d20 years, the blob reconstitutes itself on a random world in the material. What the fuck? Holy shit. Let's see. If you intend to use spiders, enter caps can be used there. Maybe. I am thinking about it. I kind of have to see how I feel about it. I kind of put spiders as like a generic type of creature for us to have there because we kind of need some like cannon fodder. Of course, I feel bad saying it that way, but it is good to always have like a general purpose type type of creature. So you usually have things like your wolves or goblins and, you know, other stuff like that you typically would want to use, just so you have common creatures for an encounter. But maybe I'll take a look at that. Maybe just in case for the arachnophobic. You know what? Good point. Let's see. What is this creature called again? Let's see. Enter caps. Oh my god. Whoa. That looks cool, actually. Damn. Alright. I was not expecting that to look as cool. You know what? Yeah, you know, I'm gonna put that on the list. That sounds like a really fun. Let's see. Look, almost. Okay, that art is way cooler than the original. Yeah, it probably is. Because the one right here, this looks kind of goofy. It does look a little bit silly. But, yeah, no, you know what? That's an interesting idea. He's a chunky bug man, yeah. Don't really see too many, like, too much bug creature. Let's see. Fiend, what are these? We got undead. Imagine a fat gut with thin branches, limbs, yeah. Let's see. Your favorite trap is one that you got inspired by a poem called The Spider in the Mirror. Really? A spider hangs from in the crossroads down one hallway, sits a mirror. Players can see a spider spinning a web in the mirror, with the poem inscribed at the bottom. Oh. Let's see. Runic Colossus. Let's see, Moloch. Dude, I see Starspawn Emissary Hall. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? Bro, what the fuck is that? Holy shit. Right. An Archhag? Damn, it's like the super Fey version. Oh, that's cool. What else? What else? Oh. Oh. Gargantuan, Leviathan, typically neutral. Actually, something like that could be kind of interesting. That could be sort of the cause of the natural disaster. Coastal, underwater. Maybe. Uses tidal wave. I am gonna write that down, actually. We can maybe do something with this. The player character would see their reflection start moving independently, charming the player into moving or removing the spider and covering the mirror, which would release the mirror dimension version of the player. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. That's a really cool idea. Let's see. Nightwalker. Whoa, that's kind of a sick art. Hold on. Annihilation Aura. Annihilating aura. Any creature that starts within 30 feet of the Nightwalker. Has Finger of Doom. Okay. Brian is also paralyzed. Okay. Wow, that's tall. Holy shit. Let's see. Comes from the negative plane of death. Let's see. The negative plane, a place of death, anathema to all living things. Yet there are some things that would tap into the power. Okay, so it's coming from Shadowfell. Interesting. I'm gonna remember that for a different campaign, actually. I could use that. Oh boy, there's a Pit Fiend. Hold on, how much AC? 21? Nightwalker is basically undead if he smelled so bad he could kill you with his body odor. Yeah, it seems like it. Wow. Ancient White Dragon. Balor. Oh boy, good old Balors. Let's see, the Glass Spider is a protector of those in the mortal realm from their mirror vision. The poem is not heated, could release a plague to the world. Highly recommend checking out the poem. Yeah, you know, I'll probably take a look. Sounds good. Prastani. Multi-attack, constricting, touch of order, wrath of that. Check out the Corpse Collector. Alright. Wait, Lich and Lich. Have you ever... How much Lich could a Lich Lich before a Lich Lich is Lich? Let's see. Corpse Collector. Oh, there's also Corpse Flower. Hold on, I want to see what that is too. Oh, I've seen this creature before. This is actually a really cool creature. Walking Corpse. Stinted Corpse. You know, it'd be cool if they had some Aztec themed devils and demons and devils, since there are some Aztec people who are hated even by other Aztecs. Let's see, those are all snake people. I mean, yeah, there are like a lot of UNT things. I'm sure. Is there specifically, like, I know the Monster Manual talked a little bit about UNTs. Is there like more, like a book that specifically focuses on like UNTs? Because I feel like there'd probably be something like about that. Or at least like focuses more on those types of things. Like their culture, maybe more creatures that are within it. See, Sphinx of Valor. Harapet Medusa. Did we already look at a Medusa? I think, or no, I think we looked at Gorgon. Let's see. Monty are heavily inspired by Aztec culture. What else? What else do we got? Steel Predator, I think we looked at before. Yes, the classic good old Phoenix. Good old Firebird. If it dies, it explodes. Typically neutral. Flyby attacks, illumination. Legendary resistance. What else? What else? Marlith. Bunch of Gith. Category 3 Craxus. What the hell is this? Oh, those eyes! What the hell is that? Hold on. What the hell is that? It's got alligator eye. No, it's an alligator face with crab eyes in a turtle shell or crab shell? What the hell is this thing? Bro, this is the Florida Man nightmare. It's like a crab gator. Hold on, I gotta see, what is this? Let's see, Crassus. Deep within the sinkholes, they serve as laboratories and guild halls for the, oh my god, the biomancers? Oh no. Oh my god, these are the different major adaptations? Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, this thing with an amorphous structure? Oh no. Oh no. I do not want to see this thing like slip into a crack and gank someone. Holy shit. These are just like, oh my god, these are monsters. Just straight up. Yep, yep. Yep, sounds about right to me. Probably from the MTG book. It is Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica, which I think is a, I know, isn't there a Ravnica expansion to MTG? I don't know. You know, it's funny. I got into D&D, but I never got into MTG. I know there was a little bit where some friends got me to try, I think, what was it? Shoot, what the hell is the game? It's the, you know how like there's Hearthstone? It's like the MTG equivalent, like MTG something. It was like the online version, which is cool. I tried it. I played some Commander on Cockatrice once. I liked that. I had a lot of fun doing that. Although I really had to sit down and try to learn how to play, which I'm still not very good at. But I do like that. I do think it'd be something fun to really sit down and try and play. I have no idea how to play MTG, but that could be something fun to try and do. Maybe something, sit down with some friends and play some MTG. Typhoon. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm writing this down, not for this campaign, but I might use this idea somewhere else. This category 3 Craxus. Category 3 Craxus. I'm going to save that for later. I'm definitely not going to use it in this campaign, but it could be something funny to use later. They like to mishmash creatures with them in their cells. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Let's see. Keen Smell, Fury Bites. This is supposed to be like... Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what Typhon is. Let's see. Robust Skull Lord. There he is again. Tempest Spirit. Incorporeal movement. Typically chaotic devil. Huge undead. Has Hailstorm. Death Bolt. Okay. Lots of like high level magic. Mordekash, Mummy Lord. Interesting. Undead Restoration. Oracle of Strixhaven. It is kind of funny because I was taking a look at the Strixhaven Curricular of Chaos on the side for fun. Because I was thinking at some point, since I know me and my friends personally, we don't play a lot of 5e, I was thinking about maybe making something with that campaign setting. Maybe. Could be something fun, a little light for them. You know, it's maybe a downtime type of game in between like our bigger campaigns. Look, man, let's be honest, who doesn't want to do like a Harry Potter-esque campaign? I mean, hell, that was my first D&D campaign that they got me in, was their campaign for that. Unfortunately, that campaign's like on ice. And I just don't think we've ever gotten back to it. But at some point I do want to get back to it if our DM's down for it. If not, well, I guess we're back to keep on making our own stuff and keep it going. What can I say? Dude, I hate Reavers. I see this and oh my god, all I can think of is when, look, at some point I'm probably going to stream one of the Pathfinder games. The question is which one? And I guess that's like, which adventure would you guys be interested in seeing? Because I like both the games. I guess it's like we do have Kingmaker, which is more about like the Fae, and it's a lot more of a good beginner friendly campaign to sort of get into the lore of Pathfinder. But then you have Wrath of the Righteous, which IMO is a much more interesting game because the builds go crazy, and I'm gonna be honest, it's a lot of demons. You fight in the Demon Crusade and you get mythic levels, and it's like a whole level 20 expansion game. It's a very big RPG. You love all the bugs? Well, you'll be happy to know there's tons of bugs in Kingmaker. Not like gameplay bugs though. Well, maybe, but there's mostly a lot of like magical beasts and creatures. So like, let's see, killing demons is cool. Yeah, and like I will say, I do like Wrath of the Righteous a little bit more because it's more of like the engine is up, like an updated game, because Kingmaker's kind of old now, but Kingmaker's story is really good and it's a fun campaign to play through. And plays Doom music. Dude, look man, you can totally make a Doom guy build in that game. I'm just saying. You can kind of do it in Kingmaker too. Kingmaker, it's funny because I like the campaign of Kingmaker. I like the campaign of Wrath of the Righteous, but for me it's like you played so much of it, you kind of have to like figure out what you want to do. The bright side I can say about that game is there's so many different endings and there's a lot of DLC content. Very good game, totally fun. There's a reason why I have like 1,000 plus, or like a couple, or like 1,000 plus hours in that game. It's just so much fun. And I haven't even gotten like all the endings in that either. I think I've only gotten like a handful of them. Rakshasha. Lawful Evil. Let's see. Did make a funny idea for a D&D character. One being a Warforged druid who just wants a garden. Another is a terrible merchant who adventures to sell junk. No, those are awesome ideas. Look, Hawkins, if anything, I definitely think you should see if maybe some friends might be interested in playing some D&D. I think you should give it a shot because you've got a lot of the cool ideas down packed. Hell, you could maybe even try to be a DM. You know, it'd be a little bit difficult because, you know, you kind of have to learn the ropes. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think you should probably give it a shot. Maybe see if there's some people who are interested. Yeah, why not? I mean, think about it this way. You get to create the story, and you sort of give the premise, the setting, the whole 9 yards. And I'll say leave things open, because you want that open possibility for the players to really grow and like really flesh it out further. You know, and if your friends are good role players, yeah, they'll probably follow, like, you know, they'll follow along. You know, I think you'll have a good time. I think you could totally like nail it. It's just writing out something simple. I would say start small. Maybe, I mean, hell, the last stream we did was actually talking about a lot of this, how we built our campaign setting for this campaign. We actually went through the book, and we had myself, we had one of my current D&D players in my current group, and the DM who DM'd my first campaign, who's also in our current group. We were talking about this, and we kind of talked about, like, you know, how would you go about building a campaign? And then for me, I explained, start small. When you look at like the DM's guide, it unfortunately makes the mistake of starting on a massive scale, starting super big. But you know what I mean? It's like, I would say shrink it down a little bit. Let's see, you're planning out your own campaign ideas, but for some reason you went and homebrewed an entire universe instead and you got lost track. That's okay. You can do that. And I will say that's fine, because if anything, that just gives your world a lot more flavor. It gives it a lot more of a lived in sense, and that's what players love when you're doing a campaign. Like the campaign setting that me and my friends play in for our campaigns typically are within like the same world. We've made like a singular continent with like a bunch of different groups, a bunch of different races all around the different continent. And ever since then, whenever we run a campaign in that setting, it typically, we pick a time, a place, and a location where it's taking place in that setting, and it just adds to the lore of that world. So the fact that you wrote all of that up already isn't a bad idea. If anything, I think that's just good, because now you've got a lot more backing. So if a player asks, why is it like that? You have an answer. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an official answer from a D&D book, but it's something that you figured out, you know? So it's definitely worth it. And I'd say, I think that's totally okay. I would just say for a campaign, think on a small scale to start. So like you've got the world and the universe fleshed out, but pick a certain place. Where are they going to start their adventure? Maybe make it a simple thing of maybe they have to help out a small group of people. Maybe they have to go find something. And then from there you can build up the adventure because you've already got the world established. So at that point, it just turns into, well, how do I get the players into it? You know, what do they want to do? How are they going to interact with my world? And then in turn, that creates more of a history in that world, and it makes it feel a lot more alive. You know what I mean? At least to me, that's what I enjoy, because that's sort of where you get the collaborative storytelling to really make the world feel alive and like really flesh it out in full. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the best part, in my opinion, when you do these types of things. It's like, for example, we've already established our setting. So we've got our coastal island here. We've established what type of creatures are going to be on here. It's a lot more of an untamed world, at least how we've got here. We've got a bunch of different creatures that are dangerous. Some of them maybe a bit more tropical. We've got the situation that we sort of figured out where we know the settlement where the players are going to meet up has a couple of things. It has an intact statue of a god. It has an elder who was maybe stolen or gone missing. The local legend is the Cave of Truth. We've got the idea that the players are somehow visiting this location, and then at night we're going to have the attack where it's going to be attacked by ghosts or zombies or pirates or whatever, really. And then we're going to use that as our hook to pull them in. And it's funny, where did we come up with all that? We rolled for it randomly from the book. And that's just, you know, me being lazy. Like, that's just us putting all that together with the creatures that we found in the book, the options to roll for things in the book, and just, you know, a little bit of stitching things together here and there, because, you know, it technically doesn't always make sense, but that's okay. You see what I mean? And it's like, that's just me random rolling. Now, in your own natural, you know, environment of whatever world or setting you've created, free game. By all means, go nuts. Let's see. Oh my god, damn. Oh my god, what is that? A Jabberwock. Huge dragon, typically evil. The confusing burble. Burbles to itself unless it's incapacitated. Any creature starts 30 feet of the Jabberwock. Oh my god. Creature does nothing. The creature does nothing except move in a random direction. Generate uncanny tracker. Let's see. The only ideas you came up with for a campaign so far was a Dark Souls inspired one and that Mecha Tarrasque. Hey, both of those can be fun. And look, that's the beauty of it. Don't be afraid to like make a kind of a silly campaign. Like I think everyone kind of goes through that motion where you'll try to make a serious campaign and then you'll have the situation where my players made joke characters. How do I deal with it? Or, you know, you try to make something silly and maybe everyone's being too serious. You know what I mean? So by all means, it's cool. Everyone can come up with stuff like that. That's the best part. Now it's just, well, how do you make it all work? And that's like, in my opinion, the magic behind it all. Let's see. I think we looked at basically everything. Anathema. UNT anathema. Nah, I don't think we'll need that. Because we looked at everything in the monster manual, and we kind of looked at everything else we were thinking. And so you focus on the story, then slide in the silly stuff. Yeah, and that's totally okay. I mean, look, if it makes you feel any better, let me see. In my first campaign with the, let's see, like a jar of peanut butter as a weapon. Look, if it makes you feel any better, in one of my campaigns, there's a joke item that literally is, it's so bad. Okay, so there's a joke item that I made where there is a prayer book of the fallen father, or something like that. It's something goofy because it's like Father K's like sealed tome or something silly, and it's like, what is it? it's literally an erotic novel. You read it and you go blind. you read it and you go blind for like an hour. And it's like, the whole point is it's a joke item, and that if the players read it, it just makes them blind for 1 hour as a gag. Or like 30 minutes or something silly. So I even said, yes, you can use this on enemies, where you can force them to take a save and just flash the book in their face or something silly like that. It's like, you can always do something goofy. You can always come up with something fun, whether it be like a gag item or something else. You can come up with a variety of things. So don't be afraid. I've done silly shit like that. So you're good. You're totally fine. I mean, hell, I think I've like made even like joke encounters too at some point. It's like one of the encounters that I did, it was basically like a goblin encounter where yeah, the lusty Argonian maid, yeah, there you go. More complicated. Let's see. One of the encounters that I did was I had an encounter with goblins, and of course I made them like goblin engineers. So one of them hops inside of an iron golem, and he's just making Iron Man jokes, and the whole time like he's yelling at his lackeys. He's like, hey, get over there and take care of him, I told you to do it. And he didn't do it. So what did he do on his turn? Round start. He blasts the other goblin. He's like, that's what I said for not doing the job. And then like all this other nonsense. So you get like a bunch of like other silly, goofy stuff. You know, you have fun with it. You can make the most ridiculous encounters. And guess what? Sometimes it kind of helps the players too. Let's see. You had a player character make another throw up because they found a magic door that teleports them to a modern restaurant, and he didn't eat anything because he didn't trust anything. So he made his brother throw up because he didn't trust the food was actually safe. That's so funny. That is very, very funny. Look, man, sometimes, look, we love a little bit of a reverse isekai. It gets really funny. Oh, hold up, there's a storm crab? Oh shit. Okay, you know what? Maybe it was worth it with us like scrolling through randomly. Your friends usually make you the comedy guy of the group. It happens. And nothing wrong with that too. That just means you get to have a little bit more liberty. Then they had a cuddle party. Nice. Putting storm crab on the list because this looks fun. Spider dragon? Oh no. Ain't no way. Oh my god. Krizik, this is all you. This is 100% all you. No way. Spiderling breath? No. Oh no. Exhales venomous spiderlings in a 30-foot cone. Oh no, dude. What else do we got? Let's see. Parasite infested bear, nightmare shepherd. Let's see. For starters, you roleplay in WoW. You joined up with a party of mostly elves. You need to infiltrate the Scarlet Crusade. Yep, human and all. Yep. And they look at you. That's a mood. Wait, there's an elder brain dragon? Hold up. No way. There is. Oh my god, holy shit. That looks crazy. Whoa. Siege monster. Yep, what else? What else does this do? Well, Brian Brett. Oh. Oh no. Psychic damage, and then of course infect the infect the creature with psychic damage, and it can repeat the saving throw. Oh my god, and the tadpoles infested are no. Oh, that's so crazy. The tadpoles infesting the creature are killed instantly at the ending of the effect. Wait. If a humanoid hits 0 while infested, the creature is stable but remains unconscious. When a period of unconsciousness ends, it transforms into a mind flayer with all of its hit points, and casting Wish on the unconscious creature rids the infestation. Oh my god. Damn. So seeking out the signpost, you did what you needed to do and got out. For some reason, they assaulted the base with me landing near giant monsters. Oh my god, no. Let's see. What does it look like? Oh my god, that's a crazy image, dude. Okay, let's see what else we got. Also, wow, great time for like a fire truck to go by my window. Nice, awesome. Let's see what else we got. Master of Cruelties, oh my god. Alright, that helmet kind of goes hard though. Necromancer Wizard. Very convenient that they make some of these already pre-gen, I think. And guy slaps him across the face and too close, and ran away. No thank you. And they get hit by the giant monster. Alright, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. That's funny. Let's see. Oh man, we got the sperm whale. There it is. Wait, is this just a mecha scorpion? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love that. Collapse near a cold cave and the elven party wonders how you're alive. I know, right? More scorpions. Dude, it's a mecha scorpion too. Hell yeah, dude. See. Yeah, the dragon spawned a lot of memes and a lot of people calling it just the cute brain puppy. Oh my god. Look, man, I mean, the dragon looked like it was going for a walk on a leash. Oh, whoops. Relentless slasher. Creating a relentless killer. Damn. Wait, is this undead? No, it's a fiend. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Golden Nosferatu? That's cool that they're actually even in here. That's a cool portrait. Ooh. Interesting. Elder Tempest is a fun natural disaster. Oh, man. Solar Dragon is great as well. Oh, man. We see the Mind Flayers. What else? What else? There's now we're at like the lower CR stuff, so we're like looking at like a lot of the stuff that you would typically see. Because most of the time, I'm gonna be honest, most campaigns don't go past like what level? What is it? 8, 12, something like that. Or at least I think that's how they usually goes. I know like my friends and I were talking about that, and a lot of the campaigns that we've been running, we've been trying to start like starting level at around level 10 lately, because we've played a lot of campaigns where we usually start level 3, level 4, and we usually work our way up, but we never usually go too far past 10. So lately, for a lot of the campaigns that I've been running, I've been trying to like have us start at around level 10, and then from there we kind of like build up. Let's see, there's so many monsters you can kill everyone. Yeah, that's usually why, because it's like most of the time our campaigns either resolve or, well, let's be honest, how most campaigns end, don't. They just get put on ice and dissolve before, you know, is what it is. What can I say? Yeah, later play isn't really supported. And it's funny because since we play like 3.5, we do want to try some of these campaigns. Like, I know we've talked about it, me and some of my friends we said at one point, we do want to try at least one epic level campaign. But I will be honest, the one thing I'm worried about is epic level campaigns are very difficult. And especially at a high level in old D&D, it kind of gets ridiculous. Like, marshals either are going to one-shot or not.
Oh, thank you for the posture check. Appreciate it. Let me just stretch too while I'm at it. Yeah, you usually get into situations where it's like a lot of, it's the scaling gets out of whack. Like, wizards are ridiculously strong, clerics are ridiculously busted, druids get very strong. You get into a lot of situations like that. Ooh, let me see Nightwalker. That, I think we looked at, oh wait. Hold on. There it is. Oh yeah, we were looking at this. Yeah, this looks really cool. Sometimes how you play can even cause the mightiest fault. Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, like one of the big issues that we end up having whenever we try considering running a high level campaign is how quickly things spiral out of control in combat, because well, the best way I could say, because me and my friends have debated this, trying to figure out how would we do like a level 20 campaign, and the conclusion we came to is gentlemen's agreements in the funniest way ever. We agree we can make very powerful characters, because let's be honest, a lot of people in my D&D group like to min-max. So we've kind of had to come to the agreement of, okay, if you're going to do that, we have to set some ground rules where it's like, you still have to play the campaign. You can't just cheat and be like, oh, I wish it's done. No. That's out of the rule book. We're going to try something else. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of other situational things that we've come up with where it's like, how would we deal with additional levels for completing milestones if we're already top levels? And it's like, well, then you add mythic levels. You know what I mean? It's like, you have to sort of come up with more creative solutions to sort of keep the ball rolling. Because a lot of these like high level campaigns, it's like the thing that you worry about is you get into combat and it's either one shot or you're dead. Because you'll have situations where it's like, okay, this creature has like 30 AC, or, you know, something ridiculous will happen. Someone casts a spell, instantly wiping the board, or, you know, situations like that. These are just kind of the things that you kind of have to expect when it comes to high level campaigns, because everyone is very strong. You kind of just have to get used to it. It's just, how do you balance that? And the problem is you really can't. It's very difficult. Like at most, it's like we've seen some of these like high CR monsters, like for example, a level 20 or a level or like a 20 CR creature like this, for example. It's got 14 AC. Okay, a lot. Like if we were looking at it in like a 3-5 sense, this thing would need to have, God forbid, like 25 AC or something. You know what I mean? Let's see. Your friend ran a level 15 one shot. Your new DM friend ran a level 15 one-shot, not realizing how powerful that made them. You made a wizard, cast a dominated monster on the secret boss, and kept control over it for an hour. Yep. You see what I mean? It's things like that. Now, sure, as a DM, you have to know when to say no, because you can't just say, no, it doesn't work. But you know what I mean? This was their first time. They wouldn't know. So, you know what I mean? It's situations like that you run into as a DM, where there are times where you just have to say, no, I'm sorry, that's not going to work. You know what I mean? Or when someone's like, I'm going to use knock to open the door and bypass the puzzle. And the answer to that is, no, don't. Sorry, it's not going to work. Why not? Because I said so. You're allowed to say that. You're the GM. And that's just the important thing you have to remember sometimes. Oh boy, it's a nightmare. Oh, night. I think, to be honest, I think that's about it. I think we've talked about like everything really regarding at least picking monsters for this campaign. Dude, the Bone Knight looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh, actually, speaking of, okay, in one of the campaigns that I did, my friend played, he played a lizard folk, paladin, and we were laughing because he used a Yu-Gi-Oh card art. And we were just dying laughing. No, he wanted to be a Dragonborn, but he wanted to use card art. So I'm like, okay, you look like a lizard folk, but you're a Dragonborn. So he's comes from the mountain with the maidens of blue eyes and white hair, and it's literally just the maiden with eyes of white. And we were cracking up. And I'm like, okay, so you got that, and what else? I think his card art was like
Oh my god, it was like a retro ass Yu-Gi-Oh monster. It was like an old school vanilla. I think it was like Lizard Soldier or something. And I was cracking up. I'm like, this is really gonna be your character? He goes, yep, that's me. So I was like, look, at least let me get you the HD version, because the character art he pulled up was blurry, and I'm like, no! If you're gonna use that card art, at least use like the clean one. Oh man. What can I say? Sometimes, yeah, you know, run into that. Kept on trying to get the boss released, but I had so many controlling spells with the, oh no. Dude, he got scammed. It's over for him, dude. At least he didn't use ancient. Hold on. I gotta look up the card art again. I think that might have been it. Hold up. Okay, no, it wasn't that one. It was a different one. I can't remember the name. Hold on, where is it? What is this thing? There's another one. It's not that one. It's like another lizard. It's like an old school vanilla ass card too. But it was so funny because I saw that and I'm just dying. I'm like, all right, dude, just Lizard Warrior, maybe. But look, man. Sometimes those are the funniest things. Oh, dude, the art for the Bullywug Knight. Hold up. Oh, hell yeah. All right, that art's worth it. It would have been funny. Yeah. Oh, it totally would have. Oh man, he's questing. You have the Death Knight, and then you got the Questing Knight. This is what happens when he fails the quest. Sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh cards have little untold stories in them. Oh yeah, they definitely do. Like, all the different archetypes are very interesting in that regard. Bro, why does that art go hard? Holy shit. Wait, hold up. Ooh. That's so cool. All right. Wow. Caught me at the last minute on that one. Yeah, that looks so cool. Look, man, sometimes that's the other thing too. I really like looking at like a lot of D&D art. Like, if you look at a lot of like the older books, which we'll probably look at some point, they have a lot of very cool art in it. Like hell, even Sandstorm. I talk about Sandstorm a lot because it's just what I've been reading recently. But you know, a lot of those old books have good stuff. I like Yu-Gi-Oh because of the one time you played a deck that basically told your opponent no all the time, and the guy flipped out on the table. Dude, welcome to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called no and I win. Say no to playing the game and just win on turn one. There you go. Oh man. Let's see, let's type. I think we're kind of good. I think, you know what? I think we've got this. I'm gonna save this a little later. I'll save our list of creatures here, and I can use that to work on what we've got a little later. Oh no. You had a good deck, but your cards got stolen. Dude, that's like the story of like everyone I knew like when I was younger. Like so many people I knew when I was younger, we used to play like Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's either they stole their cards got stolen, they lost it, or they just gave it away or something like that. It is what it is, man. Oh, that's some cool art. Dude, Ancient Time Dragon? Your deck was all about dragging out the game as long as possible. No, you were a stall. There's a good card in there too. It was a Magic Nullify. Oh no. It was Ash Blossom. It's over. This is cool. I like this. The Time Dragon. That's sick. Unfortunately, I don't think I will use this, but I do like it a lot. I think it's cool. I'll remember that for later. Oh, Altergeist. Oh, gotcha. Look, I'm kind of a scrub. You'd rather not play Yu-Gi-Oh now. Too many weird stuff. Yeah, I know. Look, it's okay. You want to know what my favorite archetype is? I like playing Ancient Gears. I like playing Ancient Gears. It's horrible, but it's fun. Look, it's all about getting to that Chaos Max, baby, and then double tapping your opponent. Is what it is. Like, just don't try to play Viacroid. There's nothing. That archetype sucks. It's bad. It's awful. See, Moonstone Dragon. Oh, is it? Yeah, let's take a look. We'll take a look at it, and then we'll get ready to, like, start wrapping up. Because I know it is getting late. See, typically neutral Gargantuan. Vanish into the Dream. Also dance, distorting visions. Okay. Let's see. Comes into the first world, tried to populate it with their humanoid followers. A clever dragon fled to the Feywild to hide a clutch of eggs. Oh, okay. Zombie deck. You tried a zombie build. Can't cheat like in the anime. I played like a couple of decks. I know one deck that's kind of fun is Dragon Maid, but Dragon Maid is like it's funny. It's a beatdown deck, but it's a beatdown deck, so it's like not amazing because that's Yu-Gi-Oh in a nutshell. Okay. Let's see, the first Lycan in your world. Yeah. No, that's a cool idea. I do like that, and you can use that as that. This is cool. I really like this. Well, you know what? I think we're good. So I'm just like doing a time check here. You know what? I think that's what we are going to call it on. So let me get us ready to start getting out of here. I'm gonna transition back over to here and let's talk for a second. I gotta say, hey, how you doing? Thank you for still being here if you're still here. I've been having a lot of fun looking through this. I'm glad that we really got to talk about a lot of these different things, like all these different creatures. We went through, I can't believe we like skimmed through the whole like monster manual. It's cool though. We got to see a lot of interesting creatures. We know what we're going to use for like our setting. So I'll probably try to flesh this out a little bit more on the side. And we may not be like, we probably won't be running the campaign yet, but you know what I mean? We're going to be getting to it. We're working towards it because I have to do stuff on my end before we get there. But yeah, this has been a ton of fun. I gotta say, of course, you know, shout outs to you, Cruz Nick and Hawkins and Leaf hanging out with me. I love talking D&D as always. And when do this, bam, exclamation point links. Usually throw announcements for stream up on Twitter or Blue Sky if that's more your thing. I usually use both. And the YouTube channel where I've got shorts coming out, as well as a main video eventually, promise, TM soon. And on the second channel, we've got VODs coming up where we've got the last D&D stream that came out. We've had it, I think it's up on yesterday. And then tomorrow, we've got the old, it's a rerun. It's like we're trying to get all the old VODs out. Well, I'm trying to get all the old VODs out now since I didn't have a lot of time to get these uploaded like forever ago. So these are kind of old now, but you know, it is what it is. So the rest of the Fire Red Nuzlocke is going to be out tomorrow and Friday, and then tomorrow or what's it called, Thursday, we're gonna have a new short. So yeah, I think that's about it. Wow, I'm tired. That's about it from me for the night. I gotta say thank you guys again for popping in here, and it's been a ton of fun. So I guess we're gonna be back here tomorrow. We're gonna be playing some Darkest Dungeon for a little bit, so that'll be some fun. And then Thursday we're gonna be back with Kyle, and we're gonna play a little bit more of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. It's gonna be interesting because we're gonna try to see what we can get done, and then from there we're actually going to have to take a little bit of a break from Eternal Punishment because I know Kyle's going to be out on vacation and we'll figure something else out. But yeah, we're going to play a little bit of Darkest Dungeon tomorrow. I haven't played the game in like forever, so I figured let's play a bit of the first one. I did end up getting the second one, but I figured let me play a bit of the first one again to kind of get back into the mood, and then we'll see if, you know, what we'll do from there. So yeah, I guess on that note, I'm out of here for the night. I'll catch you guys tomorrow around, you know, same time as usual, 8 p.m. EST. And yeah, have a good night, everybody. And catch you tomorrow.